a huge 50-50. No! Oh, the Divine Shield being taken off before the attack made it all irrelevant. It's just a formality, meaning that Max is your Lobby Legends champion.
Hello everybody and welcome to Hearthstone Lobby Legends Eternal Night. It is the third iteration of Lobby Legends. Of course, we get to find out who the very best Battlegrounds players in the world are, competing for their share of a $50,000 prize pool. I'm your host Gia, and it is my great honor to welcome back to the casting desk Battlegrounds extraordinaire Educated Collins. How are you doing, man?
That's a really nice way to introduce me, but I'm doing really well. I'm really excited to cast. It should be a really good tournament. I know the last Lobby Legends was really like Naga-centric, and it was a little bit weird to be casting that. I was like, oh, you know, Naga's won this game and the next game and the next game. I think we'll get a lot more interesting games, a lot more decision making. I hope you guys learn a lot from this tournament.
That is right, Collins. It has been some time since Nagas were introduced. We went through a whole patch with Diablo, and it's gone again. We went through a whole patch that has changed some heroes and minions, and now the meta has sort of settled a little bit, and we got to see a sort of different skill set of the players where they're not just scrambling to figure out a meta brand new. They have some experience under their belts, but they are also going to be playing a format that should now be familiar to anybody who's tuned in to Lobby Legends before. We do have 16 Battlegrounds players from all over the world, 4 of them coming from China, but the other 12 not necessarily restricted to any region because it was an open qualification system mainly through the ladder. And they will be divided into 2 lobbies of 8 players playing 3 games each today, so we'll have a total of 6 today, and then the top 4 from each of those advances to our final tomorrow, where we enter a different format. Collins, can you take us through what check format is?
So check format, first place has 7 points and down 8 with 0. The first player to get 20 points will get to check, and you need to get first place after you've gotten check, after you've gotten past 20 points to actually win the tournament. So multiple players can be in check if they've all passed 20, but the first player past 20 that gets first place wins the whole tournament, and the points will be distributing for second and through last.
That is right. We are making sure that we close the tournament out on a bang. No matter what happens, the very last game of the day will have to feature the champion winning the lobby in order to take down that $10,000 for first place. And we do have a lot of surprises in store, Collins, not just in the tournament itself, but throughout the day we'll be having a lot of reveals because the team has so graciously provided us with some new heroes and new minions to show to the public for the very first time. I am super excited to see that, Collins, and we have had a patch honestly relatively recently, so just to have new content coming in this soon, I think is such a treat.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what they have in store for us. It always, for me, it's always like, oh, what are they gonna do now? Are they gonna ruin my game and my strategies? You know, I like perfecting things and being like, oh, this is really good here. So really interested to see what kind of changes they have. They always tend to have really cool things, from buddies to prizes to even just like adding Diablo for a week. I thought that was interesting. I didn't mind it personally, so I'm kind of interested to see what their changes are going to be and how it's going to shake up the meta again.
That is right. Honestly, during our rehearsal, you were talking about how this most recent patch buffing Athissa was actually a nerf to you because you thought Naga were already strong. You're out here saying you like Diablo, always with the hot takes, Collins. It's going to be so much fun casting with you again. And we do, of course, get to see what our players are competing for. First place taking down $10,000, but just by being here, you walk away with a minimum of $1,250 because it was quite a grueling process just to make it this far, wasn't it?
Yeah, this is a hard lobby or a hard tournament to get into the finals for, because you do have to be top 16, and then you're bunching a group of 36 players or so, or 48 players, and then you have to win 2 top 4s. You have to get top 4 in your lobby and then get top 4 in your lobby again with some of the best players, well, pretty much the best players in the world. So it's so hard to get here, and you got to give them credit even to make it this far.
Absolutely. And now they're at the final hurdle. 2 days of competition, but in order to make it through to tomorrow, you of course have to make top 4 once again today throughout the 3 games that you will be playing per lobby. And in order to get top 4, of course, it means that you need to finish with one of the highest point totals. And we have a distribution that is very much even here. There's no premium for getting first place. It is just +1 point for every finish you get. But the more important point, I think, is that there will be even distribution among those that tie. So if 2 players go out in 7th and 8th at the same time, they will walk away with 0.5 points each. Let's say that 3 players clock out through 6th to 8th at the same time, they will each get 1 point because it's a total of 3 divided amongst 3 players. And this can make for some very, very close situations among the players. And because of this distribution, I think it's very likely that tomorrow, when we start getting players in check, it could be multiple players entering check at the same time.
Yeah, you do tend to see a lot of similarities in terms of the points because the players are pretty close together. You're not going to see super huge discrepancies. Sometimes players have maybe a bad day or maybe a misread on their opponent or the meta, and they may be performing poorly. But generally, you'll see a lot of players clump together because they are so closely skilled, and one player will do well, then another player will do well, and all that works out. So it should be a close tournament usually, and we'll see who can stand out among the best.
That is right. In the first Lobby Legends, we did have the nice kind of running away with it. Nobody really expected that we would have the minimum amount of games in a day on our finals day, but he achieved the impossible, what felt like, of just being the first player to get in check and then taking it down. In the second Lobby Legends, we had Max 7 Key come out as the champion, but several players entered check at the same time. So maybe this time, Collins, third Lobby Legends, we could have maybe multiple players entering check for a while, and then that back and forth sort of switch in the meta, people targeting those with 20 points and above, and maybe a more long and drawn out process to see who will actually walk away and be the champion. But that's the beauty of this format. We don't exactly know how many games we're playing out tomorrow, but today we do know that we have 6 to be played out, 3 from Lobby A and 3 from Lobby B. And we also know that we have some new information to reveal to the public very, very soon. I am so excited.
Yeah.
Right. I think we have the official reveal, so let's go ahead and take a look at it now. It is a new hero. Relics of the Deep is the hero power. Discover a spellcraft spell of your tier or lower. Passive, your first one each turn is permanent. I think this is Lady Vash. I don't see a name here, but I'm pretty sure that's what it is.
This used to be a hero where when you leveled, it would level up your tavern by 1, essentially. I do remember that art, but this is very interesting for Naga. So it means your spellcraft, the first one you play is permanent, and then you can also discover a spellcraft here. It does cost 1, right? That's the one caveat, and it pretty much forces you to play a Naga composition. So it kind of makes every minion a lava lurker, essentially. And that is a pretty strong ability to have as a passive. Every minion's a lava lurker. It is going to depend on you getting a spellcraft minion early, I think, because you don't really want to be paying 1 for every single spellcraft. That's pretty expensive, especially in the early game. But if you can get a pretty early spellcraft minion, I think this could be a playable hero.
True, that is very much spot on analysis here, because first time reading it, I kind of thought, okay, so every time I press the hero power, my first spellcraft will be permanent, but it doesn't say that your first one from the hero power each turn is permanent. It can be your first spellcraft from any source, and that's going to be very interesting indeed. It is, of course, bringing to mind the what's the name of that Avenged card? I'm so sorry, the 4/5 on tier 3, because that one also lets you get
Hashmere,
spellcraft.
I think.
Yeah, exactly, from your tier or lower. And so thinking about the most impactful ones, of course, from Shoal Commander, that if you already have a bunch of Nagas, that can be so many stats sticking permanently. And if you're all the way up on tier 6, just discovering an additional like Orgozoa one, it's already permanent in its nature, right? That could be pretty good.
Yeah, I think Show Commander is really going to be the one you're going to be looking for early because that one's going to give you maybe +3, +3, +4, +4 a turn. With that, on any minion you want, if it's a cleave early, that's going to be really, really powerful. So I think if you can get an early Show Commander with a hero like that, you can really do a lot of work. But the problem I would say for that hero is it's going to be very hit or miss. If you don't get a good start on that hero, no Nagas, no nothing, that hero power of spending one for a spellcraft's not going to save you. So you're really going to have to hope that you get a good start, get a Show Command, maybe triple into that, and then utilize that to kind of bridge out your game, maybe go for cleaves or something like that.
Yeah, I think it's super interesting that with the one cost hero power, a lot of people might think, oh, I would play Reform Curve on this, but this is not a hero power that gives you additional minions on board. It's just buffing the ones, so you need to think about whether it's actually worth using on that turn or not. But moving back into our actual event, Colin, sorry, Pingu and I got a bit carried away there. We do have our first lobby set of 8 players playing out the first 3 games today. From left to right, we have Dapi, Waterloo, Bofer, Zorgo, just rebranding to Zorg, it looks like, Gohan, Kiji Hakase, Oliash, and Koyomi. Any names standing out to you immediately here?
I'm a big Bofer and Waterloo fan personally. You know, Waterloo is. I play against both of them all the time, but Waterloo, every time I'm like shooting for rank 1 or something, he always like comes the next day and like takes it back, and I'm just like, come on, Waterloo! Like, there's been more than once I've been Waterloo, why? You know, so yeah, definitely hoping he has a strong showing there. And both are always a good friend of mine, very, very strong. We played in Twitch rival tournaments together, and always a consistent player. Really analyzes the game very strategically. So really hope he can showcase his skill here to us.
I do want to shout out to Dapi as well. He's such a consistent player on ladder.
Yeah.
Been to a lot of tournaments, and this is, you know, just one of many lobby legends I expect to see him play throughout the year. And Oliash as well. I think I watched him stream the qualifiers for the upcoming lobby legends, and he is, of course, representing the French-speaking community. Of course, our 2 lobby legends champions so far have been from Europe, so there is some pressure on players from there to keep that performance rolling. But I think lobby A has quite a large representation of APAC players. So personally, I'm excited, Collins. And we did get word that the game is starting very, very soon. I am so excited to see right down from the hero choices all the way to what type of comp is going to take the victory.
Yeah, I pretty much watch all these players, to be fair, right? Like, it's hard to pick one from the group and say, oh, which one's going to win, right? That's going to be a really hard decision because they're also skilled, and I've seen them throughout tournaments. They do so well. So I just want to see who has like the best read for this particular patch. I think this is a really good patch for testing skill. So hopefully we'll see some decision-making, interesting choices from our players.
All right. Over on Waterloo's perspective, there's the choice of, you know, some safer heroes like Daryl, which you talked about as not necessarily a ladder pick, but maybe for tournament. However, not too many token minion types in. I am looking at Ozamat. I just feel like it's a pretty decent hero. I like that it was introduced to the game. But it is going to be a Daryl for Waterloo. Interesting.
I would lean Ozamat here as well, but the reason to pick Daryl is just because if you don't like the picks, right, Ozamat isn't really like a guaranteed I'm going to do well pick. It's more of like, I'm getting some health, but Daryl you can pretty much guarantee, as long as mechs are in, that you are going to have some type of game plan, dance on something, get some divine shields, and that can give you maybe a top 4. Definitely not a win, but top 4 is really pretty good in lobbies like this. So I think it's a respectable decision there.
All right, so you brought up as long as mechs are in, right, so you can get those big pup bots. And would you say demons are also a big factor so you can get the big tricksters early on?
I would say demons are definitely less of a factor, especially with Daryl. You just need to find a game plan, something to dance on, right? So demons allow for trickster, but you don't need the trickster. If you have a pup bot, if you have deflectors, that's good enough. You don't need a demons at all. And the issue with demons is it doesn't have a token element in the minion type. So if you have demons, that means you're not having elementals, it means you're not having beasts. So it might be sometimes a downside to have demons in your lobby, but most of the time, as long as you have something to dance on, it's going to be pretty fine. And tricksters do count.
All right, so we do have another player buying Pupbot and staying down. That is Zorgo on Pyramid, which has newly become playable. These are words you uttered during rehearsal. How do you feel that Pyramid's general strategy is these days?
Pretty annoying. Very strong, I would say, Pyramid, especially if no Murlocs are in. You can really just abuse the Trickster health stack, right? Since you get to target exactly where you want the buffs to go, you just wait a couple of turns and then just start buffing Tricksters, and no one can really overcome that health advantage you're getting through that. So really powerful, really strong. Definitely an annoying hero. I did do pretty well utilizing it in a previous tournament, so I'm a little biased. I'm not gonna say, oh, it's broken, but it is really, really strong.
All right, we will check in a little bit more on Pyramid later, but over here we have Gohan, who is a player that I'm admittedly not super familiar with, but picking up the double TADs from the Varden hero power is pretty good to make sure that this 5 gold turn can be smooth. Would you favor buying one of those, selling through, and then buying another minion, probably the Gambler?
Yeah, definitely the Gambler here. He had the opportunity to lock the triple micro machine in the shop, but really didn't want to do that, so I ended up skipping that.
Well, Dappy has a triple in the shop himself. Triple Pupbot. Kind of expensive, though, especially on Kurtrus. But I haven't played Kurtrus for quite some time, admittedly, but I kind of thought the general philosophy was to just play standard curves so you could eventually get that first hero power proc on 8 gold. But we do see Dappy playing the Jeeve curve here, leveling on 5 gold instead. What do you think is the turn where he's expecting to get first level hero power through?
It's a little bit awkward because he has no economy, so there's no clean way to get it to get his hero power to proc and as well get that triple. So he wants the triple just because it's going to be big stats as long as he gets the proc, but he doesn't have the goat for it, so he might just level again and maybe take the damage and try to get the proc afterwards. But his start isn't super clean because he doesn't have economy. If he had like an extra gold here somewhere, maybe a tad was in the shop, he could trigger it immediately. But it looks like he's just gonna go for the 3 and see if that can give him a bit of direction. Not the strongest play, right? You're losing a lot of stats, but the Bronze Warden is a lot of tempo if he wants to go for that.
That is true. I mean, I hardly see players taking triples into 3 drops, but again, the tournament meta, especially Lobby Legends, is a lot different. We see a lot more emphasis on tempo. We see players that have tempo styles getting rewarded pretty consistently here. And finding the Bronze Warden, I think, is an above average outcome for 3 drops because, of course, once Kurtrus gets that hero power rolling, every buff on a Divine Shield minion can act as, pseudo 2 times those buffs. Bofer here, though, on the cookie, went for a pretty early level to 3 and ends up with 3 minions to get the teacup on. Not too bad, but nothing to synergize with the Taragosa quite yet.
Yeah, it looks like he went 3-on-3. Hero power started with the Taragosa and then got to alternative minions. The mug is actually a really good hit there, right? It hits all 3 minions busted up. Now he's in an okay spot, not a super strong spot, but generally okay. Maybe he won't take huge amount of damage here.
And 3-on-3 curve on Cookie is pretty common to make sure that that first cycle on the hero power has the chance of getting you a 3 drop. Not guaranteed though, unlike with Galewing, for example, where you do get a minion from your tier. So Bofer being one of the first, or the only player that is to enter the line of 2 health total, kind of scary. But we also have Kijil Hakase here with, triple Icky Imp in the shop.
He's still on 1 though, right? So that's the weird position he's in, right? He just stayed on 1 going for the pairs. He got the pairs. Now here, normally you sell 1 double level. The options he has for Master Win isn't super good. Ysera doesn't really help him. Flurgo has been kind of neutered, right? Not really playable in most options, so probably just gonna sell the 1-4 double level. And he's just gonna take a 3 here. Not the decision you normally see, but I guess looking for maybe no, he's just gonna buy it and hold. Okay. This play is a little bit it's not stronger, right, than just double leveling, sell the 1/4. You'd have two AKMs on their board instead of the one, right? So you end up going from having two AKMs on the board to having one AKM and still the 1/4. So you're arguing the 1/4 is better than two AKMs, which I wouldn't say that. And now you're also like a little bit behind because you're instead of being on 3 now and maybe next turn get a 5 or a 4. Now you're guaranteed have to level by or level get a 4 drop. So
Yeah,
kind of an interesting decision there.
I agree. This is not stronger on board than obviously just freezing the shop and not having to hold the triple in hand. But maybe Hakase really valued the refresh in the shop that he'll be getting because he doesn't have to freeze here. I'm curious though if he will actually end up taking a 4 drop because, you know, in metas prior, this type of setup is great to get an Avenge card, which are mostly concentrated on tier 4. But we'll see if he feels he has the time because he's down to 25 already. But now there's a second triple in the shop. Could take 2 4s or freeze for 2 5s later on, or take a 4 and a 5. So many different ways to approach.
Yeah, the second triple is interesting, especially if you hit it now. It doesn't hit it now, but I do think not taking the 4 is extremely risky, right? You're on 25. It's so much damage to get punished. I think you have to take the Big Frontal here, especially with all the AKMs you picked up. Yeah, definitely picks that up and wants to put the Big Frontal a little bit later than the AKMs to get the buff there.
Koyomi on the Maiev, though, this is another hero that really banks on getting triples in the early shops, but hasn't hit any. Frozen, a pair in the shop, 2 pairs on board, and, you know, with the Imprisoner, another pair in hand. It's just so close to being amazing, but not quite. And he's only on 23, going to lose 2 more health by playing the Imprisoner. Collins, how does Koyomi stabilize?
Yeah, this is honestly a horrible spot to be in as Koyomi because there's no hope necessarily for you right now. You really want to hit a triple. So right now there's nothing clear, right? The Bob God roll is you next turn you roll a triple, and preferably not the Scally triple. You roll a triple, you level, and maybe get a 5. But there's even more of an issue because he's on Tavern tier 3. So normally in this spot you're on Tavern tier 4 as well, and then next turn on 5, that's when you get your triple. You get a 6 drop. But he's on 3, so even if he gets the triple, the best he can do is get a 5. So even if things go well for him, he's still not in a great spot because the best outcome for him is to salvage this game right now is to get an Eliza, but he doesn't even have that option next turn, and he doesn't have the triple either, so he's just in a really, really rough spot to be in, honestly.
Yeah, from this position, honestly, it feels like he might have.
Oh, he got the triple. Okay.
Finally, a Wrathweaver triple, which is one of the better outcomes. But like you said, there's still the problem of not having access to a 6 drop here.
Yeah,
Should he settle for a 5?
I don't think so, because Eliza's too good of a hit. I think you just take the loss here and then you go for the Eliza. The one issue with this play, though, is this is the type of play I do where if you don't get Eliza, you're dead. You know what I mean? I tend to lean towards that because if you do hit Eliza, it's such a good power spike. You might be able to even win the lobby from that. So, but you know the risk is there. If you don't hit it, you're gonna be in a really rough position, especially if you're that low on health. So we'll see what he decides to do.
Over back to Waterloo. It's been a while since we've checked in, and I actually wanted to, when we were still on here on turn 1, ask you about whether he should be valuing Daryl differently because Beasts and Elementals are out, so obviously you don't have Alley Cat and Celemental to get double value from the Daryl hero power. But so far, Waterloo's made it work, right? He has leveled maybe a little bit slower than the rest of the lobby, but like you said, as long as you're at 3 with access to Deflectobots, it's not so bad. He hasn't hit any further Divine Shield minions though, so would you say he was in a bad spot?
I would say he's kind of just doing Daryl things because even if the thing about Daryl that maybe people don't utilize enough is you don't actually need Divine Shield minions. If you just have a bunch of 20/20s, you beat everyone. Like it doesn't need to be divine. A lot of people kind of spend too much time rolling for divines when they just need to get a big unit on their board. So I think Waterloo understands that he's not really hitting divines, but he's not focusing on that. He's just like making good units. If he sees a divine shield, he will definitely pick that up. But he's making sure he's strong enough to survive, and then as soon as he hits a divine or something he really wants to, then he'll sell his gambler, then he'll sell the tads that he probably bought, and then come in on the dance. But for now, he's okay. As long as you're not taking damage, you should be fine.
Looks like he might take some damage though. Yeah, okay.
That's actually bad.
Manages to take down the Wrathweaver, but it's the Annihilan sticking around that is going to clock Waterloo for quite a bit. That is a conscious decision on the part of our Maiev player, Koyomi, to take a 5-drop there, which we weren't necessarily expecting, but at least for now, it looks like he's stabilized. Zorg, though, with that pup bot, looks more like a Daryl than Daryl does. But what is going to be the direction from here? It's around this time that the hero power is still, I think, useful, but maybe in a couple turns falls off.
I think something very interesting to note right now is that no player is on 5. This late in the game, normally, like if you're playing ladder and stuff, so many people will be on 5. Like it doesn't really matter. Oh, people want to level, but no player really wants to risk their first tournament game just being like, oh, I went to 5, I couldn't find anything, I lost. So everyone else staying low. This isn't really a great tier 5 lobby, so it does make sense where a lot of people are staying down. Mechs are in, so you can lean mechs and whatnot. But it is interesting to see that all the players unanimously have come to a conclusion. I'm not gonna level. Are you gonna level? No, not me. Are you gonna and they're all just staying down. Maybe roll for a demon. Yeah, rolls for the demon. Oh, gonna eat the 6 anyways. Okay.
Yeah. This was such an interesting turn from Waterloo because he consciously did not use the second Soul Devourer to eat the imp and then roll for a demon so that he could eat it with the triple. He just went straight for the triple and ate that, showing a lot of restraint here because obviously if you make that other play and you don't find a demon on the next roll, it's a big punish. So Waterloo here showing a lot of restraint and making sure that he actually gets that huge Soul Devourer on board.
Yeah, this is a very interesting freeze, though, right? You can see he's freezing the Nest Matron, right? Wants to dance on that and maybe lean there. Because right now, it looks, to me, if I were playing in this lobby, the best thing I want to do is some type of Murloc setup, I would say. That's what I would lean here. So if you get a big Nest Matron that pretty much dies last most of the time, you can get a lot of economy and lean towards that Murloc setup with the economy you get. So I think that's the plan Waterloo's looking at. The one issue is, you're taking 9, you're taking a ton of damage, so you might not get there, but that's what I would be trying to do. And you can see Bofer has the right idea here, right? Wow. Definitely leading towards that. Has the 2/6 Murloc and the Amalgam as well. So, and hits the Merca if he wants to do that. He could also go for the Imama just because it's more procs, but I don't think he needs that. The one issue with the Merca is he doesn't have any targets for it. No Battle Cry Murlocs, but he could definitely find some.
Not quite yet, but he is the first player to hit tier 5 now, and it is a very close decision, like you said. I wonder if he would lean Imp Mama just because it gives him more consistency to land the poison on that second Amalgam. But key to note that aside from Sefen, Bofer has invested in the Amalgams, and dragons are in, so he could end the game with Nadina and Pyrospawn with those poison amalgams, and that's very difficult to beat unless somebody's going wild with mechs here. But over on Gohan's side, dying. Wait, we already had a kill.
Yeah, I was gonna mention it when you at some point, but yeah, Hakase unfortunately on the Master Wind does go out. He did have kind of a struggling game there that we did take a look at. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough there, so kind of unfortunate. He was the one with the Icky Imps, right? He went for, I think he went for a 4 and wasn't able to recover from there. He had a good demon setup, but just wasn't strong enough.
Meanwhile, for Gohan, going for some sort of taunt comp, honestly, just a pile of stats. We saw that he golden the Strong Shell Scavenger, probably thanks to the hero power. And that's a lot of stats in theory, but he is next on the chopping block, at least in terms of health total. Is there a way that this is enough to turn into a top 4?
Possibly, right. His board isn't atrocious. It's just there's not like a clear direction. This is reminiscent of the taunt comps that I used to do of old back when you could kind of get away with going brand and then just buying a bunch of taunt buffers. But nowadays people scale a lot faster, so it's hard to make that be strong enough to work. But yeah, it looks like he's gonna get struck by jugglers, unfortunately for him, and maybe they get knocked out here.
Depends on this last trade.
Okay, never mind.
Wrathweaver is isolated, meaning that Gohan serves. Oh, he would have survived even if this old Devourer stuck around. But that is huge news that Koyomi managed to stabilize by taking that Battle Master and just kind of playing demons with that huge Wrathweaver. I think he hasn't leveled beyond 4, just using the Kathrana tier to continue cycling. And that is a decent enough way because this is a lobby that's going very aggressively. People are leveling late. Dappy, though, finally activates his hero power next level and gets...
Well, you could go Eliza just for tempo, just play it in the front. The other line is to take the Kali, but it is a little bit late for Kali. However, he's on 39, so it's not impossible, but going for the choice I did not even consider. Nosy.
So taking this leads me to assume there's another 6-drop that we weren't seeing that he really, really wants. And maybe that's a Mega Buster because he did have some mechs around. So at 39, you can also use that as an argument to go for Nosy Looter. You have time to get that golden minion in 2 turns. Meanwhile, for Oliash here picks up a module to put on the egg or the Kaboom bot. It's a bit interesting because putting it on the egg means you can try and guarantee. Yeah. Oh, yeah, true. He has 2.
Yeah. So he just do both, right? Poke in Los Dos over here and just gonna probably put it on the egg as well. The one thing is he does want to buff the Deflecto with the Green Thumb and maybe just end another Divine Shield. He doesn't really have a clean hero power target. He could go and just put on the egg and hope that it doesn't die first, which is probably the safest option there. Just hope that the egg doesn't die first. And I think that's probably what he's going to lean to do here.
Yeah, I mean, given that his Wrathweaver isn't particularly safe. Oh, okay. So putting the hero power on the Pup Bot instead, meaning that he has another reset on the Deflecto that isn't taunted. This is a very conservative choice, but
I like that actually. I think that's respectable, right? Just getting another potential reset, so it increases. It almost guarantees increases his odds of winning because you just add another extra reset, and you know how the fights go, right? if it's the opponent watching this battle, yeah, he's gonna get hit on the reset, and it's just like I can't believe that happened, but. After you watch this game 50 times, you know that they always go for the resets if they can. So I like that decision there.
Yep. Looking like a pretty close fight, though. It really depends whether this egg dies first or the Baron, because Gohan on the Varden is on his last legs here.
Oh.
Ooh, Baron goes down.
That's really bad. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, there's the reset that I was talking about. Every time I've seen this hundreds of times before, right? You're like, oh yeah, I'll put on the reset. There's a chance they'll go. And every fight you get the reset, you're just like, I'm too good.
And that is huge reward for Oliash there. Every additional player you can knock out is a big relief here. But Dappy finally gets some value through. Gets that Omega Buster, so he did managed to get some value out of the... Wait, that isn't the Nosy one yet, right? I think he tripled something else. Yeah.
No, I don't think that's a triple. Maybe he tripled the Murloc right into it.
Oh, yeah.
Or something like that. I'm not 100% sure. But I do like the Nosy decision, though. Like, I wasn't considering it at all, but I don't think he could have transitioned to Kali. And I also don't think the other option was that relevant. So the nosy does give him a chance to win the lobby, and I wasn't really even considering that. So I really like that decision from Dapido to just kind of say, "Oh, I'm super healthy, and nosy can give me Buster. Buster is one of the only compositions I can use to win." So I kind of like that decision there.
I think it's super good recognition of his position in the lobby, because a lot of the time in Lobby Legends, you need to be very, very sure when you can be in a position to get first place. And that health total really justified it for Dappy there. And he's the player that looks like he has the most directional comp so far. Best chance at hitting first place. Waterloo here still playing for piles of stats, which is something you do as Daryl, but we'll see if he can get value out from the Nest Matron that he froze quite some time ago, ending with the Pyro spawn here to potentially get that Glyph Guardian to knock off a shield before it attacks. It's a respectable board for sure.
Yeah, it's a bit interesting because when I talked about it last, I was thinking, oh, you get the Nest Matron so you can kind of lead Murlocs, but he's like, you know what, I got the Nest Matron because it's free stats, free gold, and with free gold I could dance better than normally, right? And I actually respect that as well, right? Like, you don't need to go Murlocs, especially when you know most of the other players aren't going Murlocs. Murlocs are really impressive when other people are also Murlocs and you have the poison and they don't, right? So they have like 100 health minions and then you just have like 2-5 poison and that beats them, right? So with the lack of Murloc forcers, you just stats will be performing a lot better. So I like that there.
Yeah, also fits the context of that there's quite a few players leading mechs as well, and you would rather have stats than poison against that mech stuff. Koyomi, though, soloing the board with his Wrathweaver here, stabilized on tier 4 still, and is looking in a good position to finish in the top 4 here. But Bofer has the best of both worlds, right? He has big stats and the Murloc setup, has no poison yet on the Swolfen, and it's going to be kind of hard to get poison since he's sold out of his tokeny minions, but as the option to triple it now if he wants to.
Yeah, it's at this point it's pretty easy to get your poison whatever you want, just because you just end on an acolyte or something. You just end on any one minion that has 2 procs, and they'll usually get it for you. The one thing I do want to mention is this is a very Bofer comp, like very specific. He loves Peggy. Let me tell you, he loves Peggy. So just seeing that he just has like, it's full Murlocs, but then there's like a golden Peggy randomly in there for like no reason, just a buff an Amalgadon. It's so Bofer. You can really see his style in this game, even in Lobby Legends.
It's not there for no reason.
It's kind of there. Like, if this amalgam was like a 5/10, it's like very similar to what it does. Like,
True.
the benefit of this Peggy is it maybe trades 2 minions instead of 1, right? If it was just 10 health. But if you're playing Murlocs, you'll usually play some Seers, you'll play some Bergurgles, so it should be able to trade 2 most of the time.
And hear me out, it's one of the more fragile minions. It can die to proc the Avenge.
Yeah, I mean, that's technically true.
Alright, so he ended the board with the Young Merc Eye to proc Bagurgle over the Swolfen. What do you think about that decision? It was a golden Swolfen with a brown on board. He could have gotten a lot more stats on a single minion as opposed to a decent amount of stats on many minions.
Oh, you're saying the decision to target the Bergurgle over the Swolfen? I would say I generally, when you're playing Murlocs, like spreading the buffs out to as many minions as you can, just because it reduces the chance you get like Leroy randomly and then you lose, or you get randomly Manted Queen and then you lose, because that's the one issue. If you just focus on a Swolfen, people just like run like taunted Mantis, and your Swolfen goes into the Mantid, or the Swolfen goes into your Leroy, and then that's like your only real carry, and then you die. So I kind of like, if I can, spreading the buffs out. A lot of times I don't have the option, but if I do, I would mean to do that.
Makes a lot of sense. You know, Collins, this is why I'm always happy to cast with you. It's like I'm getting free coaching lessons at the same time as working. It's just win, win, win.
Yeah, I do think there's a lot to learn, especially in these type of tournaments from the players, because even though these players are like super strong, it doesn't mean they're playing perfectly, but it's always good to understand where they're coming from, what their decision making is, because if you can understand that, you'll undoubtedly get better. So it's always good to kind of look at them, sometimes criticize them, but just try to understand where they're coming from in their decision making.
Oliesh barely surviving against Waterloo there, which is really impressive because Waterloo's board is just a pile of stats. He's been playing Pseudo Menagerie, but, you know, not with the Light Fang to buff anything. It's really just to buff his own Mithrax, whereas Oliesh looked like he had a lot more synergy with those mechs and resets, but still the stats are doing their work here. Meanwhile, Dapi has...
Did he get that from
comp.
Nosy? How did he get a Golden Baron? How did that happen?
I don't know. I feel like he just rolled into it. I don't know.
I guess it has to be rolled into because even if he got the golden from Nosy, it wouldn't have that stat line.
Exactly, right?
Yeah, so he just
would only
rolled.
get the buff once.
Yeah. He high rolling. Really, really strong there. Definitely the player to look out for, I think, for my opponents. But I also think Bofer has a really good chance of just dominating with the Murlocs as well.
Yeah, he has tons of stats, maybe enough to outlast the mechs from Dapi, but the immediate fight we have to look out for is Dapi versus Waterloo. Waterloo, of course, with those, you know, just taunted minions, big stats, and the Mithrax. Do you think it's going to be enough to stand up to Golden Baron? As I'm asking that question,
No.
I already want to say no, but yeah.
No, Golden Baron is busted in most of the situations. He is trying to dance in the ghoul, maybe have the ghoul do a bit of work for him. I just don't think it's going to be enough, right? The opponent, like Buster with Baron, it's by itself is very powerful, and once you add Golden into the equation, it just becomes obnoxious. So,
Question though, what's the benefit to buffing a ghoul as opposed to just having it to remove Divine Shield?
there's not too much. I mean, it depends if you want to not put it first. If you don't want to put it first, then you can maybe put a little later so that it can trigger perfectly when you want, especially if you're fighting dragons or something. You want to maybe have the ghoul after the Nadina, so maybe you buff it a little bit. But in this particular situation, when you know it's next and you know you're going to put it first, there's not like super big reason. Oh, wait, is he actually winning? He is winning this.
He is. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I was surprised that there wasn't that much buff after we saw the Omega Buster go off. There was still a chance, I think, for Dapi to win had that Baron not been sniped and the egg gotten all 3 Death Rattle procs, but it still works out in Waterloo's favor. Very impressive stuff, but this is going to be Oliesh, I think, clocking out here because there's simply too much stats on the Murloc board from Bofer, Murloc Peggy board.
I guess you would have to add that. Yeah, the one issue I would say for Dapi's board is that there's no extra resets besides that one Buster. Normally when you're playing Buster comp Beaster, so you just go Macaw Buster, but since you don't have the Macaw engine, you have to rely on Kangers. But it doesn't look like he's put any Kangers into his board. He's kind of just running eggs, which, you know, summoning 8/8's really not that impressive. So the nice thing, he found a second Buster, and he also has a Kanger in his hand, actually. So I do think now he's in a extremely good spot after this turn.
Golden young Murk-Eye as well. And Bofer sold through Selfless Hero. He sold through an additional Murloc, but the Peggy is still around.
Yeah, of course.
You know why? It's taunted now. It's protecting against Leroy. She is just core.
Yeah, I mean, this is a Bofer special, right? I'm doing something random, but there's a Peggy in my board. Like, I've seen it too many times for me to question it anymore. It seems to work out for him, so yeah.
He's hoarding all the Mantid Queens as well, making sure that there's less chance for opponents to actually have those to snipe down these huge stats, because that Amalgam has just been growing and growing thanks to Peggy, and it's also been tripled now. The Murk-Eye going to target the Swolefin, so it's going to get a whole bunch of stats as well. This is too much health and poison on it that it feels like only another poison comp could try and counter this.
Yeah, the buying the Mantids, it serves two purposes. You've mentioned it, right? Removing it from the pool, so there will be less options for your opponent to run Mantid. But another thing it does do is it just allows him to easily transition as soon as he wants to, like, fully commit to the victory. He is still, Bofer is still pretty healthy. 27 can easily take a loss. So he gets to just wait and try to skill as much as possible with the brand, with the Peggy. And then as soon as he wants to actually go for the win, then he sells the brand. Then hopefully he'll sell the Peggy, play double Mantid Leroy, and secure the win.
Huge deal that his Manted Queen also got a Wind Fury there. This is yet another upside of including an Amalgam in your Murloc comp. It counts as another minion type, so another pseudo-adapt for that Manted Queen. But even if it didn't get the Divine Shield, I think Bofer was very solidly in the lead here. Just far too many stats for Waterloo to contend with. So we are down to our top two now. Dappy with that mech comp, the Golden Baron, and that Omega Buster. Is it going to be enough stats? I don't feel like he has quite enough of the synergy there, but we do see a Deflecto in hand and a Kangor, so it could be enough buffs depending on how he positions it.
I do think he could definitely win as long as he plays the Kangor and the Kangor goes off before the Amalgam before the Baron gets sniped. But another thing, right? I do think Waterloo did its job, right? He played Daryl, right? Daryl, not the best Daryl lobby, not that many tokens, but you got third place there, right? I think if you're going into this, taking Daryl in this position and getting third, you're extremely happy. So I don't think this is like a bad finish for Waterloo. I think this is exactly what he was looking for when he picked up the Daryl there.
Oh, definitely. It's very impressive. He wasn't really given many
gets a triple.
that looked like they could get first place, but he made it work. And this is exactly what Dappy was looking for.
Huge steal.
I feel like he only held on to that Mechano Egg pair to give him more chances at finding another Buster. But now he triples the Foe Reaper as well. Zap just in case he might need it, but probably doesn't hit the board here.
Looking for the triple zap, and also the zap is pretty bad against him as soon as the opponent knows he has Kangors, because it'll target the Kangor. The nice thing about that Kangor, it's a 5/8, so the zap will hit it twice. So even if he runs like double Kangor, he can do that safely. But it is kind of annoying, especially once your opponent knows that you do have the Kangors on the board.
He had the Deflecto as well at 5 attacks, so it wasn't guaranteed either.
Does he?
But
okay.
Yeah. But we will see if this is enough here. Bofer doesn't quite know exactly what type of mechs he's facing, but I think he'll quickly realize the Mantids are not as valuable as...
I like this. So he's going for the issue though is that the Buster is taunted, but if the Buster wasn't taunted, right, this is an insanely good play to do. But normally you'd put the you put that on your Amalgam, right? But he's thinking, oh, if it's not taunted, I get to cheese him completely.
Yeah, very, very clever stuff.
Oh, right. But he does have double Mantid, which would screw up his plan, so that's maybe something to consider.
Oh, the Baron! Sniped so early, and the Deflecto goes down before the Kangor, so it doesn't get a reset here. This feels like Bofer is scamming a little bit, but I honestly am not sure who is favored because look at the health on that Amalgam as well.
I'm pretty sure Bofer was not favored here, and he did get the scam. It's maybe not super one-sided, but I don't think normally Bofer would cleanly get the win. You can even see how close this is. Even with the bad hits for Dappy, he's still barely losing.
All right, but now both players have the full information.
Yeah.
Dappy only 3 health to work with, whereas Bofer has at least 1 more loss in him safely, I would say. So now how do the text change? Because Bofer knows that the Manted Queens could be more of a liability to him because those, if they get taunt, can just immediately kill the Buster.
It's not too much of a liability because he knows that the Buster is taunted. So even if he sold the Mantids and did his play there, he will still have to hit the taunted Buster. So it doesn't really matter that that's taunted there. The one thing Dappy just has to look for is maybe like another Kangor or something, because you do want a little bit more direction. He could also go for the Divine Shield reset, and maybe he would have to sell the egg to do that, which isn't like super good, but it's an option there. And also, Bofer knowing that his zap isn't going to be as effective as he wants, since he only has a 7 attack zap, and he'd have to double hit the Kangor to proc it first.
Right. So he might not commit to his zap, but we see Dappy thinking about whether he should play his own. I do think he's going to end up selling this zap on board and the one in hand to end on the Mecharel. Just feels like more stats overall because you can get multiple hits on that Divine Shield. The question, I think, for Bofer is, do you think he should replace a Manted Queen with a Leroy, for example? Because if the Manted Queen doesn't hit Divine Shield, Leroy actually has more value into a Divine Shield.
You do know what Duppy's doing, right? He's waiting till the last second to sell it so that Bofer has less of a chance to hit the zaps. That's why he's waiting. It's not he as soon as he sells the egg, he's guaranteed like doing the play. But he's just waiting to give Wilfer less of a chance.
Okay, that zap is still insane because there's two of them, right? The first one obviously didn't have that great odds of sniping the Kangor, but by playing both of them, you guarantee that it gets to go through. However, there's still a lot of stats.
The one positioning thing that I was thinking about, I didn't mention it, but now that the fight's over, I can mention it, was that he did need to move the cleave up a little bit, because the way he had the board set up, it would go deflector into buster into cleave, but because the buster is guaranteed going to die before you cleave, it means that the cleave attacks maybe like fifth attack, right, which is way too late. A lot of times they get sniped before that, so I would like moving the cleave maybe second or so. That would be the one change. I don't think it would realistically change the outcome because Bofer played double zap. One zap wouldn't have been enough, but double zap, it actually guarantees both the kill on the deflector and the Kangor. And the nice thing about double zap means that taunted buster doesn't proc before the double zaps go off, right? So really good decision there to go double zap. I don't think you'll see a lot of players committing to using both of them in that turn, and it secured him the win there.
Oh, I completely agree. That was such a masterclass in how to approach the end game because, as we know in Battlegrounds, there's so many different iterations of what kind of text you're supposed to have against exactly which situation. And it so happened here that this was a Kurtrus mech board where you knew that one zap, unlikely to do the job, but exactly two, if the positions worked out for you, is the winning combination. And we saw Bofer go for that exactly. No hesitation in selling the Manted Queens and keeping just a 2-4 plain straight up Anoyo module instead of that. It was the perfect counter to what Dapi had to offer, and I think a very, very well-deserved victory there. But also want to shout out to Waterloo in particular for having that very unconventional Daryl game in lobby that didn't have Beast or Elemental. Still recognized that for the purposes of this tournament, just playing these big stats, being smart enough to take every early lobby as a victory and then every early round as a victory and then slowing down the damage you take in the late game just to kind of eke out a barely achieved third place. That was really nicely done as well.
Yeah, I think a lot of players salvaged their bad starts. I don't think really any player got an insane start, and you can actually tell that no player got an insane start because they were all Tavern 4. I think the players that would have gotten an insane start, you can imagine in your head, right? They get an early 6, it's Eliza, they steamroll. They get an early 6, it's like maybe double Fellbat or something, they steamroll, right? But no player really had that. You would say maybe Bofer had a really nice mech start and he was able to like transition that into the victory, right? But it wasn't, that's not an insane high roll of a cookie game, right? You get a Peggy or 3 Peggies into a Malgadon, you buff that, it has poison, and you're like, yeah, I won. No. So yeah, definitely well played by pretty much all the players to kind of salvage the position they were in.
That's right. This is why it's Lobby Legends. Our players know which situations they're able to turn from like an 8th place up to a 6th or even better. That's how you climb the ladder, and that is how you accumulate the points. Bofer here, of course, getting the full 7 points for first place, but on the flip side, Hakase has a lot to make up for being the first one to go down. We also have a tie between Zorg and Koyomi clocking out in the same round, and it's only 2 more lobbies after this. Very, very little time to make up for a bad start here. So Bofert's got to be feeling on top of the world. Meanwhile, everybody in the bottom 4, it's crunch time.
Yeah, I do think with the one like difficulty of these Lobby Legends is the qualifiers, there's only 3 games, right? Or you're out. And then the finals is only 3 games when you're out. So if you do poorly in the first game, you're so behind in the points and also behind mentally because I don't have a lot of time to recover. I can't just shake off this loss. It matters a lot. So I hope that the players at the bottom are able to just, kind of turn it around, just say, okay, it's one game. I just need to perform in 2 out of the 3 and I'll make it. So that's the mindset they should go. You have like a get out of 8 jail free card and you used it on the first one, and now you just have to perform the rest of the 2.
Yeah, Collins talking from experience here, no doubt. We do have our players needing some time, of course, to gather their thoughts and make sure that they can focus all the way for the next couple games, because I think there's not going to be that much leeway to be playing as safe if you finished in the bottom 4. It's going to be time to take some more risks. So we are going to go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. Right after this, it is the second game of the day. Hello everyone and welcome back to Hearthstone Lobby Legends Eternal Night. We have just finished our first game of the day where that first lobby was taken down by Bofer very nicely with that Murloc Peggy comp and that nice double Zac tech to take down Dappy's mechs. Collins, it's been already so intense from the very first lobby. Any predictions as to who will be taking down this next one?
So I actually think sometimes when people do poorly, they tend to play extremely risky to try to recover their poor placement. After playing a couple of turns, I actually think that's a bait, and really should just like ignore that and just play normal, because the players are too good that playing risky just gets punished. Pretty much almost most of the time. Maybe in ladder you can like play risky and get rewarded, but I've just noticed like all the players I see just playing risky, they just get punished and then they perform worse than if they didn't play risky at all. So I think I'm more looking to players just to stick to their script, and that's why it tends to be that the players that do well continue to do well, because they're not feeling the pressure. They're not going to play risky. They already know to play safe, keep doing what they're doing, and they'll do well. And that's why I tend to notice that the players that do well in the first continue to do well. So I don't think we'll see a huge shakeup, but it's only been one game. One game's not enough to like break people's spirits. It's usually, the second game, then people start breaking down. So we'll have to see.
I mean, yeah, momentum's a big thing, and keeping your mindset safe is a very big thing as well. So valuable to have somebody who has tournament experience, Lobby Legends qualifier experience, and main stage as well. And Collins, we do have more reveals throughout the day. Very exciting stuff. Just a while ago, we showed the world just what the new hero is, the upcoming Lady Vash with Naga Synergy, but we also have a
Silver
new...
Pack Patriot.
Man,
yeah, I know this
yes.
card. I know this card. What?
In standard. What? It's coming to Battlegrounds?
Oh, okay. Wow.
It's not a meme. Okay. So, tier 1 beast. And this is a taunt minion on tier 1, which is pretty interesting because we could also see this just being very easily teched in a comp in late game, because low attack taunts have some value to play around, just like what we saw a while ago, like Buster in front. It plays around Scally comp. Interesting.
There it is. I'm trying to think of a use for this, and yeah, playing around Scally, playing around... I don't know. It doesn't play around Leroy, right? It just dies to Leroy, and the Leroy's still alive. But I mean, maybe you can kind of play it if you have like a taunted Amalgadon. You're just like, I'll make a 50-50, because if they don't kill my Amalgadon, then I win. So there are some uses to having a one attack taunt, right? That's really the main draw there, playing around Scala and things like that. But I mean, this isn't going to be end game in a lot of compositions, right? It doesn't have that oomph. Taunt isn't like, oh my god, it has taunt, I have to play this. So pretty interesting to add it here. Surprised it's not a 3-star unit, that'd be more on standard for me.
Yeah. That is interesting. I actually can't think of a beast that has taunt straight up on the just
Mama Bear
text.
Right, Mama Bear.
All right, Colin. Seriously though,
that's mine does.
Yours.
Did I get the wrong edition?
My Croc has taunt on it. Fair enough. But yeah, that is, I think, pretty relevant as well, because with beasts, like we mentioned, Mama Bear and Pale Scale Croc, these are minions that you really don't want to die early. So just having something that immediately has taunt, I think, has quite a lot of value to protect your synergy beasts a bit later on. But I am just so interested what this is going to be like in Battlegrounds, because I don't think some of the newer players know just how much history this card has. But
this is a
Shudder, but no
horrible Shudder. Yeah, this is a horrible Shudder lobby. Someone doesn't get a free win. I would say Shudder is probably the best here in the game right now, or at least the most problematic here in the game, because in the hands of a really skilled player, which all these players are, it's just absolutely broken. But yeah, I'm sure Duppy is like super sad that he can't just abuse Shudder and get a free first place here.
Yeah. But it is going to be a patches game, which is bold because it's kind of tough to play Pirates right now. But Olyesh on the Master Nguyen here, always going to be fun to take a look at that. But I'm seeing a Ysera as well for Hakase, who really needs to make up for his performance in the first game. Ysera, of course, a bit more viable now that Taragosa is down to tier 3. For the first hero power, though, not too much that's interesting, but I guess you could use the hero power.
Yeah, Ysera is one of those heroes that got better with the change, right? Taragosa 3 does matter. The one downside for the Ysera is that Murlocs are in, so even if you have a huge Taragosa, people can just tech Amalgadons and Mantids with the Murloc poison and just like take that down. So not the best lobby for Ysera, but definitely a lobby if in the right situation can high roll and take get a good recovery game.
I'm looking at another Kurtrus available here, Zorg with that. That's a hero that, again, I'm not super fond of picking on ladder, but it is similar to Daryl in that just that additional stats can secure you a top 4 if played correctly. Also got a Ticketus in here. It's been a while since we've seen that.
I actually think Ticketus is pretty decent right now. Like, maybe not safe. I wouldn't say it's safe, right? But has the potential to high roll, especially in with good players that are picking or getting the right prizes, especially the early prize, the good stuff, and discovering minions from your tavern tier, things like that. You can just have a pretty powerful early game, and once you hit the late game, you're so strong. Some of the prizes in the late game are just not fair, so pretty good.
I do like that the prize, the good stuff, is named as it is, and it's not a bait, right? Because
It used to be a bait.
Good stuff, yeah.
It used to only do +1, and it just wasn't good enough. But once they doubled it up, it became pretty good.
Yeah. Health is not to be underestimated, and that's why the buff to Pyramid is also very relevant. But we do have Koyomi on the cookie here. Potential to just, go straight to 3-on-3, and
Does
then
he hero
use that
power
hero
the
power.
pirate, or does he hero power the mech? I think those are the two that I would be looking at here, going for the pirate or the mech. With the pirate, you can get the 4/4 that gives you gold, and if you get that, you get there. With the mech, you can get Deflecto, right? So yeah, it goes for the mech there, hits the Deflecto. Probably gonna take it. I could maybe see the salty if you want to lean pirates, but I think Deflector just opens up more options.
I agree. I also like the mech hero power because if you do miss on being offered a 3-drop, I feel like the 2 and 1 drops for mechs are slightly better than the ones for pirates.
Here we go. I see that Hakase does remember the Ysera curve. 3-on-3, hit the Terragosa level to 4 at the promo. Hope you win. And
Yep.
he's leading for that.
Yeah, this was a big debate back in the day, though, whether you were supposed to go 3-on-3 with Ysera or Chief Curve with a couple of evolving Chroma Wings. Those are both, I think, viable lines.
Yeah, I would say that this
Ooh.
line is riskier, but has the higher chance of winning the lobby. And if you're gonna play to win the lobby, you may as well go for the riskier line. You're already technically playing a risky hero, and if you're not gonna go for the risky line, why not just play a safer hero where you don't have to take that risk?
Makes sense. Go big or go home. And that Terragosa does immediately appear for Hakase. Doesn't get the perfect second dragon. Like, obviously, you'd love a Bronze Warden to help you take less damage from here. But you can't be too greedy. From here on out, it's about trying to safely get to 4 and hit the promos.
My boy Waterloo on Yogg. Yogg's one of my favorite heroes. Everyone always talks smack about Yogg, but I've been playing Yogg since it came out. It hasn't changed at all, and it's always been, at least to me, playable. Some people argue that there has been some times where it just wasn't that strong, but at least for me, I've always had some good success playing the hero. So I always like to see other people playing Yogg, showcasing to the world that it's still a viable hero. It has a lot of strengths, as long as you understand the curve and how to take advantage of what Yogg gives to the table, which I would say is the ability to level safely.
That is right. Making sure that you have just an additional minion every turn for 2 gold, whether or not it's the minion you ideally want to hit. It's still making sure you get to 7 minions very quickly while still leveling. And that has inherent value as well. Waterloo here going to take a very convincing victory, no surprise whatsoever, against Oliesh. And from here has a decision as to whether he wants to level and buy Tad, or if there's something else that can be done with a double buy Tad and sell 1 and hero power. Is that ever a line?
I would definitely lean level by Tad, and then the next turn you can level sell hero power and have a full board, and you're still perfectly fine. So I think that's what Waterloo will be looking to do.
Yep. We did see his Tavern tier tick up
Wow.
to 3, so makes
Wow. Double triple here. That is insane. What you want to do in this position as Oliech is try to get 6s, right? Because if he hits a Kali, he's really good. If he hits an Eliza, he's really good. So he has 2 good 6s, but he's just going to go for 4s. Okay. The nice thing about 4s is you can hit avenge targets. So yeah, tank. So he hits the tank. Now he's pretty much guaranteed not to be taking damage until he gets his next triple. So this is definitely the safer line, definitely not as risky as maybe what I would have done. But I respected it a lot, especially if you had a really good early first game. No need to go for that extreme risk.
Gabi, though, with a pretty good patches start here, hits the briny, which is very important to make sure that he can keep leveling while still buying the minions, like we could see at the very least next turn. 6 gold to level and then use the coin to get that second South Sea captain. But he won't be very happy to see this time.
This might be the only fight that Oliech loses, I would say, that, or at least has a possibility of losing, because normally with the setup that he has, he should not be losing. But yeah, I mean, I always oh, he could have tied.
Yeah, there's so many instances, honestly, like if that 1-1 hadn't sniped the Scallywag on the other side, then it would have killed the taunt, and then I think it was guaranteed at least a tie, but pretty unfortunate there for Oliech.
Yeah, I always like to count the number of captains the the patches has, and then if it's more than one, then they're doing well. That's my
Makes sense.
Oh, skipping the Kanger, I guess, to get the Seer. I guess he does have an amalgam, so it's not too weird to be skipping the Kanger. But he does, like, he's only running 6 units, and he does have the Acolyte, and he also has the 2-1 Dragon, which could also get proc. So I thought it would have been a reasonable option to go for that, but maybe he's just leaning Murloc, so there's no need to take a Kanger if you're going to lean that way.
Speaking of leading Murlocs, Bofer's doing it again without Peggy, though. So is it going to be as successful?
Oh, just wait 2 turns. He's not on 4 yet. You know, he's not on 4 yet. So you can't even get Peggy's now, right? What he's thinking about is, do I triple this to get the Peggy early? Like that's, but he's like, I don't have any pirates. It doesn't really make that much sense. I guess I'll wait. You know, that's what's going through his head right now.
Tripling for a 5 perhaps is more reasonable there. Of course, looking for Bran when you have this Murloc setup. But Gohan here, Maiev with Wrathweavers again. We saw this from the previous lobby, and it is not enough stats, I don't think, to take down the pirates.
So Maiev is going for the generally, I would say, the ladder standard of trying to get an early 6 here. The problem is this lobby is full of, like, you know, high level tempo players that are just like, you're gonna go for a 6 here, take 15. You're going for a 6, also take 15. And now look at him, right? He's at 3 HP. He's playing demons at 3 HP, right? You get the triple, you play the triple, you're at 1, right? And then you get a Felbat here, you're dead. So, like, what do you do? Like,
oh my god, yeah, you're right. He can't even play a Felbat.
Yeah, so that's the issue here.
Jeez. Okay, Insta Buster.
There was no other option. He couldn't take the other
two
demons.
were actually demons.
So yeah, pretty rough, right? He could have sold one of his Wrathweavers, but is that really the play? Right? You sell your Wrathweaver. Well, if you sell one, then you go to 2 and then you play the Felbat.
Oh, okay. You mean before you play the triple. Yeah, makes sense. Okay.
It's not good. So yeah. Normally, right, if you're playing ladder, you're not going to be that low, so you can take the Felbat, and then maybe with golden trickster Felbat, you scale and maybe win. But here, so much tempo, you're getting pressured so hard, it's hard for you to get even if you get the minion you want, you're still not in a good position. Actually,
look
crazy.
At the stark contrast here from Waterloo, where you talked about this is a hero that can level safely. Yogg at 45 and also has access to a 6 drop and is not that far off from the position that Gohan was in.
This is why I really like heroes like Yogg, because as long as you get like the triple, you're pretty much a Maiev. I mean, Maiev can high roll and get like double 6, but on standard, like you're the same hero as your opponent, except you're at 45 and he's at 1. You know, like who would you rather be? Yeah, pretty rough.
Well, given that Gohan went for this, I feel like because he knew he was gonna die, right? If he picked any demon, he was going exactly for Buster. That was the only other 6 drop that had synergy with this board because of the double micro mummy. Well, and now that he's found it,
Well, he didn't know he was going to take 15 in the previous fight to be put at 3, so that he had to go to 1, right? So I think he would have taken the fell bat if he didn't take 15 there, but it's just unlucky. And you can see, yeah, once again, right, Hakase unfortunately goes for the high roll Ysera and wasn't able to get the hits he needed. That's really the one thing, right? You could maybe even criticize the Ysera decision, right? I was saying how I think it's kind of a bait because the players are too good, you just get punished. And you can kind of see that from the Maiev and from the Ysera, right? People just punish you so hard. You think you have more time than you do, and you just get knocked out so quickly.
Very scary stuff, but at least he gets to face the ghost while trying to stabilize here. Man, does Gohan have to rely completely on the Buster, like stay on 5, look for Barons, and just more mechs?
He tripled again and got an Eliza. So now that opens up the Eliza scam as well. So now he has 2 different options. Baron is good in either one, and he also has another triple. So he's starting to get there, right? 3 6-drops he's going to have access to, as well as the Baron, which is going to be good in both compositions that he has on his board right now. So pretty safe. It looks like he's he's going to agree a little bit and not take the triple now, just to hold the gold in his hand, which is fair, I guess. I mean, he doesn't necessarily. He could sell the Trickster, but it's probably stronger to just hold the Trickster or keep the Trickster for a turn.
I agree, but Hakase there was the ghost, and that's unfortunate because he was 8th on last game as well. Lorinda, after this, can we take a look at who managed to kill Hakase on the Ysera? For now, though, we can look at Dappy versus the Cookie player here, Koyomi. And I think Koyomi has enough stats to get there, but after the golden on the nosy, I'm not 100% sure.
That was a really good hit. I'm pretty sure Koyomi's alive here. It shouldn't have a problem. So pretty scary though, right? To be at 14, one loss, and you're kind of dead. So we'll have to salvage that.
All right. So it looks like it was Oliesh that killed Hakase so early. And that was, very sad because it was looking promising for Hakase with that 3-on-3 into the Taragosa straight away, but just couldn't get the scaling there with the promos, I don't think. Not quick enough.
I believe Oliesh had that early tank, right? So probably the tank was just like too strong for them to recover and just took the loss there. Looks like he wants to buy the Trickster in level. He's just thinking, what do I want to sell here? Do I want to sell my Anoyo module, or do I want to sell my Eliza? Not my Eliza, but my Scallywag, right? Eliza and Scallywag are kind of interchangeable for me, so makes sense. I got confused there.
Ooh, he actually sells the Ring Matron over the Acolyte, really valuing the taunt on the Death Rattle here. We'll see what he. These are so bad.
Yeah, these are probably some of the worst hits. The one you could say maybe a zap in place of the Fellbat is like theoretically worse in terms of like direction, but he could just take Nosy and try to do what what's it called? The Caltros did in the last game, right? Nosy into Buster. He could try doing something similar.
Right.
Once again,
though, to attach the module to the tank, when I would say the tank avenge value still has a lot of work that can be done here, but Oliesh is just thinking long term, right? Wants the buffs on this tank and just is going to start valuing it as Divine Shield mech more so than an avenge minion.
Yeah, there's a good chance he ends up selling it anyway, so you may as well just commit to making it as strong as possible. Another thing that's interesting is Dappy has another Nosy, right? He took Nosy in the previous game, and he's taking Nosy again, so maybe this is more of a style decision, right? To just lead Nosies whenever you can, instead of, oh, I have to take Nosy here because everything else is bad, which is usually what a lot of players tend to do.
Huge damage coming Dappy's way though, and also a while ago from Oliesh, she was just dead to double tank and a couple more minions. That clocks for so much damage. Again, these high level lobbies, the tempo minions are so valuable.
How did he lose? He has Golden Eliza, double Scally. He lost? What did he lose to? That's pretty impressive.
Yeah,
That
it is.
very
Oh,
impressive.
potential for another golden Eliza as well.
Yeah, I wouldn't be okay. Good. I wouldn't be baited by the Hogger here. I think you're kind of committed. I have won a lobby with this board that he's about to create, so I think you just commit to it. Just get as many Elizas as possible, and then look for Baron. And then if you just have Baron in this setup, you're pretty much there. So I'm kind of happy with this that he's creating here. Finds a Buster though. If he really wanted to be fancy, no, I don't think that's the play. But he could have went double Eliza, double Tony. But I don't think that makes too much sense here. So yeah, I'm kind of okay with that.
Not a big fan. I mean, if that single golden Eliza was already losing the last combat, I would be inclined to play as safe as possible. Max power here, commit another Eliza. Actually, technically, max power would be playing 6 minions, and one of them is a Khadgar. But
yeah,
I think he can still afford to get one more golden before he sells out of the Tony.
Yeah, it's not that much better to play 6 in a Khadgar than to have this board. So I think this is pretty fair.
Yes, agreed. Right, facing Zorg.
Yeah, Zorg's leaning a golden Buster carry, and I don't think that's going to be enough to get through the stats of 4 Elizas. Like, it's just not enough.
Yeah, Avenge doesn't interact particularly well against Eliza because you often spawn small minions, and every small minion that the pirates get to value trade is more stats on the whole board because they get more attacks. And we're already seeing the huge implications that the early death of Hakase has on the whole lobby, right? The players who got their 6 drops really quick have the potential to deal more than 15 damage to each opponent, and lots of people could be dropping dead soon, and I think that's exactly what's happening here to Zorg.
Oh, no. No,
Okay,
24.
okay.
Or,
All right.
or 23, actually, because he's not on 6. So, oh, he is
So
on
close.
6, so 24, yeah.
Barely survives.
Everyone's living on a prayer right now. Everyone's at 1. 2 players at 1. Bofer, unfortunately, though, gets knocked out here to 0.
Not great. It
Yeah.
kind of cancels out a lot of the impact of that first place finish last lobby, but we'll see who can take advantage of it, because Gohan here with the double Elizas himself isn't, particularly leaning heavily on pirate synergy. I feel like he's still more of a Buster comp.
Yeah, I would agree with you. The one issue, once again, there's no Beast. I think Buster comp's a lot easier to commit to if Beasts are in, because I just hit a Macaw and my power level is like twice as strong. Where with this, you need a Kangaroo, then you need the Kangaroo to go in, and then you need to buff the Kangaroo, you need to buff the Baron so that they don't get zapped. And if they do, you still lose because it's hard to buff the Baron and the Kangaroo out of zap range, as well as having another, small minion that the zap can go into. So there's so many like extra things you have to do instead of like, oh, Macaw, I just need to go first and I win. Like it's not as complicated. So yeah.
In this lobby, it looks like the pirates and the mechs are heavily contested. Almost everybody has a Buster or an Eliza or both. And that is going to be a question of who can get the most in a single direction. And Dappy is very close to doing that.
All the Elizas might be out of the pool, like very realistically.
I think so.
But yeah, everyone. Basically are you Eliza or are you dead? I think the Eliza players just have too much stats. This is not really a heavy stat scaling board. There's no crowbar scaling. There's no Naga scaling. There's no elemental scaling. So there's not a ton of really clean scaling that you can look for. So the players that are able to get the Elizas and just scale with that, it's not super strong scaling, but it's going to be a huge amount of scaling very, very quickly, and it's going to be quick enough that other players aren't going to be able to like scale their Murlocs fast enough or scale their random mech stuff fast enough to deal with that.
This is going to be Kayomi going out as well. Not nearly enough stats to contest all of this. On the other side from Oliesh. And I think that's our last non-Eliza, non-Buster player being knocked out, it feels like.
Yeah. Waterloo also getting knocked out there, right? He was trying to go Buster as well, and it just wasn't strong enough. There's too many Eliza players with huge stats, and I'm pretty sure anyone that fights that triple golden Eliza comp just gets knocked.
3 people knocked out at the same time means we have some heavily contested points in this game. Lots of people tying, but victory within reach for Dapi, Oliesh, and Gohan. Dapi looking great because he got second place last game, and Oliesh, I think, finished fourth. So both of them gonna have a big lead on the field from here. But Gohan, the real story of just making up for a lackluster performance last game here. But who's gonna take it all? Oliesh does have, you know, pretty good Eliza synergy with the Golden Baron, gets 3 of these Scallies, and with the Tamsin hero power, can immediately proc that as well.
Still needs Kangers though, right? Like his comp isn't clean for the full Eliza scam. Eliza scam is usually double Scally, a Baron, double Khadgar, and then you have like a filler sometimes, and then also you can run 7, but most of the time you just run 6. So he does have 1 Scally, not 2, but he has a Golden Baron, which is kind of giving him that edge, as well as the Golden what's it called, Green Thumb, to kind of make that Buster unzappable, but it's not the cleanest variant.
Yeah, but it is cool to see that Green Thumb still getting some scaling done with that Scally synergy, because you do have all the Scallies immediately attacking and dying and getting you those buffs. Kind of looks like it's gonna be a pretty easy victory for Oliesh, if I'm reading this board state correctly.
It should be, right? Like, the Buster comps are not as clean if beasts aren't in. I just think if beasts aren't in, you open the potential to just get sniped early, right? You have to hit the Kanger in the right order. If it dies too quickly, it's not as good. So there's just way more avenues to have the fight RNG screw you if beasts aren't in. So it's just not the best composition to go for if you have no choices, right? You'd want to play something else.
Both players with a tank incidentally, but not doing that much at this stage in the game. It's more about actual scaling, and of course the Eliza gets there a bit more handily than the Buster without even a full mech board. So it is gonna come down now to Oliesh versus Dapi, both players that were finishing in the top 4 last game, so great news for them. Dapi getting his last proc from the Nosy Looter of a Golden Wrath Weaver. This board state just... honestly, if he's not scared of a zap, how do you beat this? It's too strong.
You don't. There's not a lot of clean answers against this board. I do want to mention that Gohan recovered extremely well from the position he was in, right? He was the one with the double Wrath Weavers putting him to 1, so he couldn't take the Fellbat scaling and had to just go for something else, right? Fortunately for him, he did get 2 more triples and was able to kind of recover with a bit of Eliza, a bit of Buster, but it's in that position a lot of times you kind of falter, you don't know what to do, you're split between like 3 different comps and you just like don't make the right decisions. But he was able to recover extremely well going and getting a 3rd place from that position he was in.
Looking at the board state again from Dapi, he's even zap proof here. Okay, he plays 1 character, but that one on the far right is not necessary, right? If it dies, then you still have the 6 minion space. If it dies to a zap, I mean. I think he's playing this 2-play around zap. Because, like, you don't want the Scallies to die when you have 7 minions on board because you don't have as much space.
Yeah, this is less zappable.
It's so weird to look at, but...
the stronger board would actually be to sell an Eliza and play another Khadgar, but it's so bad if he has a zap, so
exactly.
you can't really do that.
Oh, but it's
I love the tech
from Oliesh. Yeah, the Acolyte and a zap played here, meaning that can't get too much value.
It's not enough.
It's not. You're right.
Yeah, you like 3 golden Elizas is not fair. Like you just gain like 1 attack and you gain so much stats, and you're just like, yeah, all your minions need to be bigger than like my 26 attack Scallies that are coming out for free. It's just not fair.
Valiant effort though with the text from Oliesh. Like he knew what he needed to do against Scam Comp, and Dapi even played around Zap by playing an additional Khadgar, which is so weird to say, but that's how it worked out, because by killing that Khadgar first he had a little bit more space. Didn't matter so much because of the Acolytes, but it was just pretty cool to see.
It's a safe greedy play, because if you want to be as safe as possible, you just play another Eliza instead of another cat guy, right? But he's like, oh, if he doesn't have a zap, then I destroy him, right? But if he does, then I destroy him, but a little bit safer, you know? So I like that there. I think it makes a lot of sense.
The mind games are just so fun to watch at the top level here. Like, Zap in both the games we watched so far has been a sort of a key player in the very last combats. More so in the first one because the Zap player, double Zap player, did end up taking the victory. But there was an attempt here, a valiant one from Oliesh, but it will be Dappy taking down the lobby on patches. Very impressive stuff. At the beginning of the game, I said it's kind of tough to play Pirates right now. I should have clarified it's tough to play APM Hogger Pirates. Playing Eliza definitely still viable, especially when you can get those golden ones out early. I think Dappy really recognized how long he was able to try and milk the value from Tony. And when he was meant to transition to full power level, I think it was nicely done. And he will be, I think, leading now in point standings because of two back-to-back very nice lobbies.
Yeah, definitely extremely good play from Dapido, and I watch him sometimes on stream, and he always seems to be very chill, very like nonchalant about some of the decisions he makes. Sometimes he'll just like have bad fights and he's just like moving on. So I do think he has a very good mindset for these tournaments, just knowing like, oh yeah, you know, things can happen, but he plays very safe, very structured to perform well, and anytime he has those opportunities to take the victory, he does go for it, right? You know, seven Elizas on your hand, it's like, that's good enough, right? Like he knows what he's doing. I also do want to mention Zap is such an interesting card because when you look at it and when you play with it, a lot of times like you don't love the card, right? Like this card, if anyone's asking what tier 6 do you want, like no one's saying Zap, right? But once it comes to a late game, it offers such a good decision making for like tech choices. Do I want the Zap here? Do I want the Zap here? It's kind of hard to find that balance of designing cards that Zap can abuse, but also cards that are strong enough that you want to risk having a Zap to get abused, right? Because sometimes like you could have like Barons and Zaps and things like that. They need to be weak enough that Zap can deal with them. A lot of times it's hard to create new minions that also are strong in the way that they have low stats that they could die, but good enough that you want to commit this card and have a Zap as an answer for it. So yeah.
All right, we do have our final standings though from game 2, and because Hakase went back-to-back 0 points, 8th place, I think he's mathematically guaranteed not to be able to make it through to tomorrow, whereas Dappy, I think, is mathematically guaranteed because the max amount that players can earn from this point is 7, and even if, let's say, Dappy were to get 0 points and the player at 6 went up to 13, Dappy would beat them on tiebreakers because Dappy's already at 13 and has taken a first and second. So already a lot that is forming that we can already figure out who is joining us for tomorrow, but that is still going to be one more game on our first lobby to figure out exactly who those top 4 are, and then we'll be entering Lobby B. Don't go anywhere. Right after this break, it is the last game for Lobby A. Welcome back once again to Lobby Legends Eternal Night. We have just finished the second game of Lobby A. It's still Gia and Collins here bringing you all the action, and we are once again bringing you a new card reveal. We've shown a new hero so far and a new minion, and Collins, we get to see yet another minion coming right up. I am so excited. It's called Tavern Tipper. If you have any unspent gold at the end of your turn, gain +1/+2.
Oh, this is interesting. So I need to know. Okay, I'm assuming, because this would be broken, that it doesn't count each gold. So let's say you leave 5 gold, you're getting 510. That'd be kind of good. So I assume if you just have 1 gold minimum, then you'll get the buff prod. This is very interesting. It's also a 1-drop, which is actually pretty strong. It starts as a 2/2. This is very playable, especially with some heroes. There are some heroes that just get economy. That don't need it, I would say, especially like let's say you're going reform curve.
Exactly.
I think almost every hero can do that if they want to, and then you'll just have this extra 1 gold, so you'll get the +1/2 +1/2. And since it's a 1-drop, it's very likely that you'll see like 2 in the shop, and then you're like, okay, there's 2. I'm going reform curve, and I'm getting +2 +4 every turn for free. So this is actually a very strong tier 1 drop, very playable, and opens up different curves,
right,
I would say, for a lot of players. So I like this this decision here.
Yeah, I love it as well. Here I am again with my obligatory standard comparisons. It reminds me of Crystal Merchant from Druid, which is a card back in the day. If you have any unspent mana at the end of your turn, draw a card. So we have this sort of unspent mechanic coming back, and in Battlegrounds, immediately translating that into buffs is a cool thing, because you can sort of value, does 1 gold equate to +1/+2? You have no reason, of course, like as you said, because it's not scaling with how much gold you left out. You have no reason to leave more than 1 gold unspent ever. You can just keep rolling. And as you said, on the reform curve, on 5 gold, you are naturally having a free roll anyway, usually, because you want to like buy in hero power and you have 1 more gold to roll. So you just don't take that roll, and your Tavern Tipper can grow. I think it's very, very cool. I think it has maybe even more potential on Gwen in particular, which is a hero where you can't really control what your hero power is going to be every single turn. If you take a cheaper one and don't spend all of your mana, then the Tavern Tipper gets some additional benefit as well. One thing worth noting, though, is that has no minion type. So I wonder if that is going to,
That always matters. That always matters.
Mess with the odds of anything. But straight into the next game.
I'm still thinking about that card personally. I'm trying to think of what heroes would really abuse that. You have like mutants and stuff like that, but is this a Shutterwalk lobby? It is.
Yes.
Someone's getting a free win. Who is it? Waterloo's into the finals. Let's go.
Beasts are in, and Naga. No pirates, so it's not the perfect Shutterwalk lobby, but you definitely still take it, I'd say.
It's fine. It's fine. Waterloo knows what he's doing. He can still win with this Vol'jin. Vol'jin is a fine hero. Elementals are in. Yeah, he gets the 5/4 start. Yeah, exactly. He knew he was going to get the 5/4 start, not even worried. So, yeah, I would say maybe, I wouldn't even say Shutterwalk's riskier. I would say it's not even riskier, but he wants to win honorably, which, I respect. I wouldn't, but I respect it.
Waterloo is one of those players that's on a relatively safe point total, so his mindset must just be, I just need a top 4, I just need to not completely throw, and then I'm good. We have Hakase here with the Eudora start, and nice economy in the shop, gets the hero power on 1, but unfortunately, I think he's already aware that his point total isn't going to matter much here. Having accumulated 0 points so far, it's more about how you can bully others.
Well, you still want to showcase a good performance, right? A lot of people are watching this, and they do want to, you don't want to be, I got triple third last. Like, that's not, what you want to end the tournament on. So I still think, even if they know they can't get to the finals, they still want to have a good performance, showcase that they're, deserve to be here.
Absolutely. Dapi with the amalgam picked up from Gohan on Curator. Very nice to see that on Scabs. And we already see in a Beast lobby and Elementals in the landscape of the early game is so different compared to the early games we seen today because there's so much more options for economy. Naga are in as well, so people with Shell Collector can opt for earlier curves. And we do see a Zyrella as well in here. And that's a hero that can definitely make use of all these tokens very nicely.
Yeah, something that's very important to talk about is just how different the games are based on what minion types you're in. And there are some specific players that do really well with, like, for example, Beast in, they know exactly what to do, right? Elementals in, they know exactly what to do. And when you start taking that out, right, it could be such a huge swing that you don't even notice, like, oh, why did I do poorly? It's because my favorite minion type Beasts weren't in. But sometimes it's hard to internalize that. Especially when you're playing like, oh, just 3 games, you have to make sure, what's the reason I lost, right? Sometimes it's hard to come to like, oh, I didn't have beasts in 3 of my games, like, that's why I lost. So sometimes it's fun to see the players that do really well with specific heroes and how they are like, or specific minions and how they're able to abuse, like, oh, Beastin, I know exactly, I'm gonna go full Mama Bear, you know, or Elementals in, double know me every game, you know, that kind of thing. It's kind of cool to see.
Dapi here with the triple already in board. Picked up a water droplet from his hero power. Nice to see. Freezes for the Shell Collector, you'd have to imagine. I'm curious about this freeze actually though, because the Shell Collector, while it is of course more econ, he has tons of econ already and it doesn't represent any more pairs.
Well, I mean, you can never go wrong with more econ is what I'd say. So I'm pretty fine with this. Like, it just gives you more options, especially since your hero power costs 2. You can always sell something to buy something different. You see 2 players going 3-on-3, both are on the pyramid, which makes a lot of sense. 3-on-3 hit a good target, and you have the Curator also on 3. Probably just didn't hit something he really wanted to commit to. This is a pretty good shot though for the Curator there, going for the Buster and the event stuff.
Ooh, triple Tough Tusk in the shop, which is a very nice minion to triple because its golden version does maintain Divine Shield permanently after you play a Blood Gem on it. And with the Quillbore start and already a Divine Shield here, this could be some sort of Gem Splitter angle for Bofer.
Yeah, it's really good because it also has huge or very high base attack, which is really what's important for Pyramid. So you immediately make a 5/8 that pretty much like can almost solo a board, right? But once you hit that second proc, you have a 5/13, right? That's gonna do a lot of work for him. So a pretty good spot for Bofer there after leveling 3-on-3.
Yeah. Dapi with the Scabs has leveled now to 2 and is sitting on a triple. This is going to be a very, very easy road to just power leveling to either get a 5-drop or a 6. I think he has the econ to take a 6, but we'll see how much damage he'll be taking here. Naga are in, so I am always thinking about Athissa just straight away.
Yeah, it looks like a lot of people are going to be going triples into a 5 or a 6, especially because this is a huge like Tavern Tier 5, Tavern Tier 6 shop. You can see Zapido or Dapi has that strategy. Zorg on the Zerilla has a similar strategy. Even the Eudora has a very similar strategy as well. A lot of people understand the nature of this lobby, which means Beasts are in, so Mama Bear is a direction. Elementals are in, Nomi is a direction. Nagas are in, Atissa is a direction. So I don't think a lot of people are going to be going full tempo this lobby. It's such a stark difference from the first lobby in the game where you saw almost no one go to 5. I think you're going to see an exact opposite in this lobby where almost everyone's going to 5, and that's just due to what minions are in and the heroes they're also playing.
Yeah, it's due to what minions are in because of what options you can get on 5 and 6, and also because there's so many minions that offer economy on Tier 1, the Elementals, Beast, and the Naga, which means that you have more freedom to level safely with that extra gold accounted for. Bofer here is facing Scabs, Dapi on the Scabs, because yeah, we did just see the options from Dapi. He picked up Cyclone, which is a nice steal here. Didn't take the droplet because he has no intentions of tripling this early and already has his own Elemental to control whether he's getting a 5 or 6.
Yeah, so should win this fight. I don't think a lot of people can contest Pyramid once you get into the mid-game situation, just because getting 5 health for free is just too strong of a hero power, especially when it's not especially when you get to target it. So pretty hard for Beaufort to be losing these early games. So you should have a pretty clean level to 4 or 5, and then decide what to do from there.
Ooh, Soul Devourer. That's a pretty nice one.
You triple sell, I think. I don't think
agree.
you. Yeah, I don't think
It just prints money.
Yeah.
All right, going to eat the amalgam. He can buy another demon if he wants, or probably just roll. He's on tier 4.
Nomi or Mama Bear is what I would be looking for. We don't get to see the discovers, unfortunately, kind of the bug there, but hopefully we'll get to see pretty soon what he decides to do. Nomi is really good because there's 2 elementals in the shop. Mama Bear is also okay because he gets to roll, but goes for Mithrax, which I think is also pretty safe.
Yeah, you're never sad about Mithrax in this meta, I feel. It's
The 3/3 is huge. You go for like the Quillborn, the 3/3. I think that's what I would look for here.
Yeah, immediately represent 4 minion types on board.
He wants a better Quillborn. Okay, fair enough. Ooh.
Who's another sort of menagerie player here?
So he ended up going for double 5s, which I think is the absolute safest line here. Like, if you want to not be last, this is the play. Go double 5 here. Hope you hit Beast. Hope you hit Ella, or well, not Ellie's. Ellie's a little bit different, but hope you hit Beast essentially, and use that to recover. So he does hit the Croc, and he has the Amalgadon, right? So it should be fine, but not the cleanest direction to go from here, but it's definitely strong enough to stay alive and guarantee a top 4.
Oh, for sure. Guppy is in the safest position. And I don't know if he's come to the same conclusion as me, because I was just eyeballing it. I think he's through to tomorrow no matter what, but just in case something went wrong with the math, I can completely get behind just going for a safe line here. Waterloo, also a player that's in a good position, but has the potential to go for a 6
going for the
this
triple
out.
here. Zor going for a 6 here. We'll see what he picks up. Hopefully it's pretty strong. And we do have yeah. Oh, gets a tender, right? Yeah, and then the tender is discovering. I like the Brute here, but I can see the Collector as well. But I'd probably lean Brute. I think if you're going tender, Brute really gives you that early game stat buffs to kind of commit to Nagas.
Ooh, Waterloo went for the 5 right now. Unfortunately, we don't see the discover options again. But it's very disciplined of him to not wait for 6, because I felt like at 33 he still had the license to try and hold out for Athissa or Orgazoa, but
that's actually so good,
Eudora,
though.
it gets scary. True,
that is
Milmerdon.
maybe the best hit.
Especially as Vol'jin, he can just turn that into, when the combat starts, a 24-64 immediately.
Disgusting. Here we have Kayomi on Silas. I am not personally the biggest fan of Silas. I always just get abused by Bob, because I'll level and then no tickets, and then I'm just like, come on, Bob, why? But as long as you can get a good start, feel strong. Once you can hit the late game with your tickets, being able to discover free 5s, free 6s can be absolutely broken.
And he is pretty safe at 34 for now. Definitely going to lose this fight,
Yeah.
but we'll see if this amount of damage discourages him from going for a 6. The other unfortunate part here is there's a chance these road boars don't get their frenzy off. One of them at least, though, provides a gem.
It should be fine, right? Yeah. He just loses to the 11 attack minion, but he's only taking 6. He's at 34. That's not a bad loss. He gets a gem.
We'll see if he is going to... I mean, he has to go for a 6, right? If he just froze this in shop and didn't take a 5, this is looking for Athissa or Orgazoa.
Yeah, he's definitely set up to get an Athissa. He doesn't have the best Athissa setup because he has no spellcraft, no ways to really proc it. Probably just gonna take the tender here and try to commit to that. So it looks like we have a couple players trying to go for the Naga engines. This isn't necessarily the best setup for it, especially since he's kind of a turn behind compared to like Zorg, who got the tender a turn earlier. But maybe he can still recover with what he has so far.
Right. I do wow, a full ticket board, and there's quite a few that have, you know, at least minor synergy with the board. I was gonna mention that I do love Naga when Quillbore are in, because the blood gems are just additional spells. A lot of the time it's better to buy a Sunbacon Relaxer than an actual Naga when you have a Thissa on board, because it's 2 spells for the price of
the 5/3 he's probably gonna take the high main, right, if he wants to go full tempo. Maybe he could even sell the he's gonna sell the I would say go sell the amalgam over the green thumb, but wants to keep the amalgam. The problem with keeping the amalgam is there's no mechs, right? So you can't give divine shield, you can't give poison to it, so it's not that relevant in my opinion. It's just like some people just, you know, they don't want to sell their pets, you know. that pet it costs 1 gold and its value is 1 gold, but they're like, you know what, I've had it my whole childhood and I don't want to sell it. Sell that sucker. It's not worth anything. You know, that's what I would say. But you know, some people would say you're a monster, and I'd just be like, well, I mean, I want to win, so you know, so.
Wow, Colin, like the last person I cast with on Lobby Legends is Lissa, and I cannot feel a more stark difference between you and her than what you've just said right now. Oh my goodness, look at this damage. That
15. It's only 15.
Yeah, but
it's fine.
okay,
it's fine. It's only 15. It's fine.
Okay, he's below damage cap now, though. This is not a great Yogg start.
Yeah, so this is the issue of Yogg. So some people would always like, oh, you know, Yogg's not that good. You know, you level and you die. And that's why the triple having a pair is really important. Or making sure that you're buying like really powerful units, or making sure you transition to a very strong position on this turn, right? Because this is the main drawback of Yogg. If you don't have a triple, you don't have direction, you go to 5, you don't see what you're looking for. He finds a croc. Yeah, so that could be the piece he needs to survive. But if you don't find something good like a croc, you just get tempoed out and you die. So you do have to be careful when you play this hero.
Okay.
Hero powers.
Is it a hero power? Because he can still triple.
I know.
Yeah.
I like the Yogg. He's a Yogg player. I like it. I respect that.
Yeah. But actually, there wasn't any like terrible outcome from the hero power here. Obviously, the best is if you land the Croc. If you hit the Tavern Tempest, it's the same amount of gold anyway. Because he was always going to triple sell here. Honestly, if you could replace 1 more minion, that would be amazing, because the Wildfire Elemental still not great here. But the big deal is finally, that's a lot of stats because of the Croc.
I really like him putting that cleave last. I think it makes so much sense. He has the high mains taunted. That was the one thing I was looking for in his position of, you know, just to like, if I had something to criticize. But he did it, right? He put it last. Because I just think it's a lot safer to have a big cleave finish out your turns, especially this early, when once you hit a certain attack or health breakpoint, they can't one-shot your minions. So I really like that, especially with the taunts that he already has.
I agree. Bird Buddy ×2 for Gohan is obviously a lot of stats as well, but we'll see if it can stand up to the cleave at the end here.
Oh yeah,
if you could snipe the Hydra, in fact.
The one thing I was gonna say, I think I forgot to mention it, but this double Bird Buddy, it's really good tempo in the early game, but it never wins. It almost never wins, right? It's more of a top 4 composition. You just want to make sure that, I'm going to top 4, but yeah. It doesn't win, but yeah, strong enough to take out the...
It takes out Oliash from 14. I didn't expect that. I don't know who was favored looking at the fight, but I didn't think that Oliash was going to die even if he lost here. That is... terrible news for him. I am not sure if he's safe anymore.
The issue, like, surprisingly, the issue that he had is he had too many beasts with his Croc. He would actually have a better chance to win if he had less beast because you really want to focus those buffs on that cleave, and the cleave, if that cleave can go twice, you probably win. But since he had so many beasts, it was so hard for that Croc to target that beast buff. It ended up spreading it out, right, having a bunch of 8/8s that didn't really do too much and ends up losing because of it. I don't think that's the main reason, right? It's more of the risk of playing Yogg, but if he had less beasts, he probably had a better chance, funny enough.
Oh, but watching that last cleave from the Hydra just go straight on the left and leave the two bird buddies intact and break open the Rat Pack, that was a heartbreaker. But we'll see what's going on in the rest of the lobby. Bofer, I don't know if he's 100% safe. I don't think he was because he had that 7th place in the second. So has to come in clutch here. And he's in a great position. Has the Critter Wrangler, so he's turning these buffs into, or like the Spellcraft into Hydra, getting some permanent buffs, +2/+2 for each. And the Wind Fury on that is amazing.
Yeah, I'm kind of of the opinion that Critter Wrangler did not need to be buffed to 2/2 again. I just don't think the most common abuse of this minion is to just buff cleaves. And when you make it a 2/2, a lot of times the cleaves are strong enough again. So you end up having cleaves that go 3 times, 4 times, and you're just like, man, this one card is soloing my board. So we're gonna have to see. I'll shut up.
No, don't. I need you to give all the smart analysis.
Disgusting hit there for what player is that? For the Dappy there to get that hit there and keep himself alive, because I do think this is if Bofer went first, Dappy dead basically.
I completely agree.
Yes.
It's not close.
What a scam. But he doesn't even need he's already in, right? Dappy's already in. He's just like, yeah, I'm gonna try to mess the rest of the players up too.
Island on everyone else. He's getting revenge on Bofer for killing him in the first game. All right, Waterloo here on the Vol'jin has not really grown the corrupted Myrmidon since we last checked in on him. Hasn't managed to find Athissa, but is hanging in there with the Shoal Commanders. Has
can make another one.
Second. Yeah,
make another one. Yeah, you just buff the 2440, the 2644, and then you swap it, and then you have this huge.
Is there any merit to swapping the 1917 because it looks like it's not going to be permanent on this board? I feel like it's giving the worst spellcraft out of these.
Well, maybe, right? I like this play because he's just gonna make the biggest minion possible to swap in, but there is the line of just taking the things you're gonna sell. But I do think just like making the big minion has the most overall value, so I lean towards that play. Probably gonna take the Leroy as well.
I like that.
Sell the 17, then the 7/17, play the Leroy.
So losing the Shoal Commander does get him out of a pair, but I agree that this is a situation where you're at 14. I think it's more important to just not be greedy here.
Yeah, okay, good. Sells that, plays the Leroy. I like this play here. I think this makes a lot of sense. The one issue, I don't think he's going to go get into that, but if the opponent has like, you know, a Mantid or a Leroy Taunted, he could get absolutely blown up. But I don't think the Pyramid, which is Bofer, right, had that set up. The Bofer had the cleave, which is going to get absolutely punished, right, with this positioning. So really like that there. Really like that, actually. Read. Yeah, that's so good.
I don't know if Waterloo had already faced Bofer at the point that he had a cleave, but this is an amazing read, and just make sure that the Hydra only gets one attack through before it dies. Nothing too relevant destroyed on Waterloo's side, and he is going to take a very easy win because of the huge stats on these corrupted Myrmidons.
It might even be lethal, right? Yeah, it is lethal as well. So yeah, gets the kill there with that positioning. I really like that, because even if you say, oh, he's fought him before, you can see his instinct is to put that Leroy first, right? But then he's thinking, oh, what he has a cleave, let me actually fix it, put it next to the taunt, and he gets absolutely rewarded for that. So you gotta give him credit for that positioning decision there. So I really like to see that.
Gohan dealing 10 to Hakase on the Eudora here. Dapi barely surviving here with a tie.
You can see the difference with this lobby and the non-beast lobbies, right? There's a lot more beasts that are doing well. A ton of top 4 players. I would say 3 of the 4 are beasts, or 3 of the 5 are beasts, actually, right? So just that introduction of that one extra minion type is changing how people play, what they're looking for, and things like that. This is a really huge triple. Look how big this is. There's no Murlocs in the lobby, right? So you're pretty much going to need to play Mantid. You're going to need to play Leroy's to deal with that one card there.
Interesting that Waterloo, there's always a decision, right? Because you, in order to turn the spellcraft stats into permanent buffs using the Vulcan hero power, you of course need to play the spells first. But there's a world where the triple maybe gives him a Thissa, and sometimes you would rather have had the spells in hand. Do you think this is 100%
even with the
right?
Yeah, even with the Thissa, you get more stats like this. So
On one minion. Is
yeah,
there
but
any relevance to buffing the rest of the board?
there is a good chance he sells the rest of those. Actually,
Oh, okay,
right?
fair,
He
fair.
just plays like double Mantid, double Leroy. So those units aren't really permanent. So I have no problems just like committing, making that big unit that you know you're gonna keep. The rest, you're not really 100% sure you're gonna keep. There's a good chance you keep them if you don't find anything else, but it's not guaranteed.
Yeah.
think you can win this
With all of
thing.
those factors, it does make a lot of sense. Now you put it that way, and against beasts, yeah, if you are reading your opponents as 7 beasts, you're not worried about poison, you're not worried about Leroy unless they played it that very same turn. So just going for maximum stats, even if it's all on one minion, is the way to go.
Yeah, it's I was talking about how he was running the Beast Buddy, and Beast Buddy I would say is not a composition that wins, but it is a composition that top 4s, right? And you can see he's kind of in that position, right? He's not weak, especially since he's added the Mama Bear, he's added like Rat Pack synergies in there, but he's not in a position to kind of dominate anyone, I would say, especially huge stats like the Vulcan has.
So unfortunately for Hakase, going down in 5th place. Dapi, though, still has potential. I mean, he's just top 4'd every lobby so far. That's very, very impressive. Potential to get even further than that. Now with the Reborn on the Gas Coiler, there's always scam potential. Getting Leroy's out of nowhere, facing Waterloo. Obviously, the poison is going to be so valuable because Waterloo's playing that huge Krupp Myrmidon.
Yeah, definitely the most consistent player, I think. And even in the other tournaments too, not just this one, he's always been doing really well and very consistent. So definitely showcasing even among like these very high skill players has that tendency to find a way to stay consistent, stay strong, and beat out some of the other high level players in these tournaments.
Now with Dapi, I remember casting him at first, I think, was it at Pocky's tournament? One of those community
Yeah,
ones? I don't
maybe.
quite remember which one, but it's definitely been more than a year since then. And I still recall the first thing he did was pick Reno and on turn 1 buy a Wrathweaver and golden it. And I was like, wow, he is so committed to playing for tempo. And that's not necessarily the case until now. We've seen Dapi, go for tempo when it's relevant. We've seen him go for greed when it's possible. But one thing that still sticks out is that he's always just got such great awareness of what situation he needs to go for in each lobby. And he can lay that out as early as turn 1. And it's great to see that he is doing well once again.
Yeah, it's always good. Here we have Zorg. We haven't really talked too much about him. He's always been a fancy player. That's what I think. When I think of him, he's got this beast setup. It's kind of funny, right? He taunted the Croc, and then as soon as he taunts it, oh, there's a triple, and now he's like, yeah. But it should be pretty strong setup for this fight, especially against his opponent. It's kind of a mirror match, but he has a little bit better setup for the mirror because he has the double proc, double mama versus the bird buddy variant, which isn't as strong as in my opinion, as double proc. Or yeah, exactly. So we'll see what happens, right? Things can change, especially with his Mauler's Bears getting sniped before the opponent, but could still end up winning with good hits here.
Ooh.
That's not fair.
Yeah. I do think this Rat Pack will. Well, actually, okay. Yes.
No,
Wait,
it's
wait,
not
no,
enough.
no, it's not. Yeah, because of the summons.
Yeah.
Just went
I
in
am
the wrong
not
direction there.
I am not a fan of this. What's it called?
Baby Crush.
Yeah, Baby Crush. Not a fan of this card. It's so troll. I do think Zork probably got scammed. Maybe he was like 30 to lose or something like that, which I think is okay, right? Like that's not as egregious of a flip as it could be. So just kind of losing the mirror.
Crazy that Gohan has gotten this far with essentially just a Bird Buddy comp. But like you said, this is a card that hardly ever wins, but it does guarantee top 4. And in this case, got him all the way to top 2. Is it going to be enough against Waterloo? Gohan, I think, needs to look for a Leroy or some sort of tech like that.
I love it. He's happy to hit that, but that's not good enough. And he fought Waterloo, so he knows exact. I guess he's just happy to get second, right? Because maybe like his chatter or something is like, "You're guaranteed in," good job. And he's like, "Yeah, I can see that." Yeah.
Here's a Leroy.
Okay. He does understand that he needs the Leroy to win.
Yeah, unfortunately has to end on 6 minions for it. But this Leroy, if he's going to have any chance, needs to hit that huge Corrupt Myrmidon because otherwise it could solo this entire board.
Yeah. So, by the way, right, Waterloo skipped the Shutterwalk, which we were like, oh, Shutterwalk, free win, but then just does it with the Vol'jin. So, I got to say, he knows what he's doing, right? So
yeah, for sure. What do we know, Collins?
Well, I mean, I know a little bit.
Sorry, okay, what do I know? I am so sorry. I take that back. I don't want to lump you in with me. We are not. You are way above my level.
No, you're very. You come in some of my lobbies, and I'm just like, oh, I have to fight Gia again.
She's dragging down the MMR of this lobby. What's she doing here?
That is not my thought process, but I see.
All
Huge
right,
cleave though.
Absolutely.
Yeah, even with the even if that Leroy goes in, you probably still win. Yeah, you still win, exactly. Just like I said, even if I still win, it's just that easy for Waterloo. Waterloo getting that first place and pretty much gonna guarantee him into the finals, I think, with that performance. So very happy for him to get that clean win.
Very impressive stuff. All the way from the beginning of just using the pick of Vol'jin, for example. Like, because we talked about Shutterwalk, right? Because we saw the Beast, we saw the Naga. That's a good Shutterwalk lobby. But he also recognized that he saw Elementals and Naga. Elemental's such a big one because of the buff to Bublet. It just means you can win so many of your early fights as Vol'jin if you just see a single Bublet at the start. And he absolutely did leverage that into a victory at the end there. Tripled into Corrupt Myrmidon, knew that this was the win condition, didn't get too greedy with his 6 drops either. I think it was a very, very clean strategy from Waterloo start to finish.
Yeah, very well done from him there. And even Gohan as well. I was a little bit worried about his positioning, right? He was kind of relying on Bird Buddies, and I don't usually like Bird Buddies as a engine to top 4 because it's so risky. Once people get like really powerful comps, they start beating you. But he leveraged that Bird Buddy to go into like a more standard beast composition, which can absolutely top 4, and using that to get the 2nd place there. So very well done.
Right, and of course we have to shout out that one play from Waterloo to put his Leroy next to the taunt at the far right to play around the huge Wind Fury cleave. I think that was from Bother.
Yeah.
Very, very nicely done.
Yeah.
That was one of the highlights of the tournament so far for me because, Collins, this is already our halfway point for day 1. That's the final game of Lobby A played out. In just a few more minutes, we'll find out who is going to join us through to tomorrow. The top 4 from Lobby A. I think we are already sure about Dapido. I think Waterloo has booked his ticket as well, but my mental track hasn't really kept up with who is 3rd and 4th.
I would say maybe Gohan as well. Since he was clapping at the end, no idea from the point standpoint, just from his excitement to be getting 2nd. I'm gonna guess there as well. But fourth person, no idea. So we're really gonna have to figure it out once the break's done. Yeah, a bit unlucky for Zorg there. He lost the flip. I'm pretty sure he was favored in this fight, and maybe that could be the difference maker. So really be sad if he misses by a couple points just because he lost that flip there.
That's right. Oliash, I think, was in the running. He had a couple top fours. Of course, Bofer won the first lobby, but is just coming a little bit short alongside Zorg, tied on 5th and 6th. They are 0.5 points away from making it through to tomorrow.
Yeah, both Bofer and Zorg, right? Like, barely don't make it with those plays, right? Waterloo personally took out Bofer there, and Zorg lost the flip, where if he gets the flip, he makes it in. All right, Gohan gets clean, right? With that second place position, gives him enough points to get a clean third there. So very well done. You can kind of see the different placements there. The Pito very consistent. Waterloo also very consistent, and everyone else kind of bunched together afterwards.
That is right. Unfortunately, though, for Koyomi and Hakase, that's going to be the end of their run as well. I think 2 players from Japan, which has always been strongly represented in Battlegrounds, but there's still a lot of APAC players making it through, of course, most notably Dapi, just having those extremely consistent performances. Very, very impressive stuff. And for Oliash there, that's got to be such a big relief. I felt like he was getting scammed out of a top 4, but just makes it barely with a 0.5. Heartbreaker for Zorg, though, and Bofer as well. I think we'll be seeing them at future Lobby Legends, though. I have no doubts.
Yeah, we definitely will. They're all good players there. So kind of rough sometimes, especially when you don't make it by half a point or a point like that. You really start analyzing your play. You start, internalizing, what did I do wrong? And sometimes, Bob's just not on your day, or the fight RNG is not on your day, and you just have to move on and do your best in the next one. So at least that's what I tell myself, as I cry. But, it's fine.
That is right. So now that we have our top 4 from Lobby A in the books, half of our finalists tomorrow have been determined as well. But we have to just go to a short break to figure out just who will be joining us from Lobby B tomorrow. Right after this, we will figure out who are our finals in the top 8. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back right after this. Greetings from the tavern and welcome back to Lobby Legends Eternal Night, where we are entering the second half of the day. It's Lobby B now. Still Gia and Collins here to bring you all of the action. And Collins, how you been doing so far? Did you enjoy our Lobby A proceedings?
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun just kind of watching them play. I've been really interested by the compositions that each player made. I don't think we saw a lot of like clean, perfect, I hit exactly what I needed and then bam, I knew exactly what I'm doing, right? Didn't really see any Nomis, didn't really see that many like super clean Atisas, no Kali comps, some beasts in the third game, right? But not any, a lot of the games ended up with people like finding something to do, right? There, it wasn't, I knew exactly what I'm gonna do from turn 6. Ooh, I won. It's like, oh, I don't know what to do. Let's get some stats. Let's get a little bit more stats. Ooh, I found a Buster. Maybe I'll play half Buster, half stats. Okay, now full Buster. Now we're there. You know, it's not super clean, and that's, in my opinion, more interesting to watch because it requires more decision making. So I kind of want to see if that's more of a meta high level discussion or if it's more of like just these are the players that just play for safety. Here you go. Now these players are just playing full high roll. Everyone's just getting stats. We're kicking people out turn 7, that kind of thing. So we're going to see what the second group of players have in store for us.
That is right. We'll be seeing who is joining us from Lobby B very soon. But just to recap what happened over in Lobby A, the 4 players who will be joining us for the finals tomorrow are Dapido, Waterloo, Gohan, and Oliesh. Gohan, we failed to mention, actually, I just found out from Venage over the break, is actually one of the Chinese players. He also goes by 13, and that was the name I was expecting to see. So unfortunately, we weren't able to share too many details about him. But it turns out he is one of the, I guess, lesser known players among the Chinese representatives, but he's very consistent in China. He played all 3 of their Lobby Legends qualifiers so far, and he's had back-to-back-to-back good results in all 3 of the Gold Opens. But over in Lobby B, Collins, we'll be seeing even more of the players from the Chinese region, and we always kind of keep a special eye out for them because we don't get to see exactly how their qualification system works there. Everybody else, we can follow how they've been doing on ladders so far, and names like Dapido, Waterloo, and Oliesh definitely have been on the radar for quite some time.
Yeah, it's always interesting to get to see players from different regions and like their style, right? Sometimes you'll have a region like really focus on this particular style, maybe full tempo. You'll have some regions that'll be like a little bit safer. You'll have like I remember in a tournament we had one region like really focus on like going warrior curve, and the other regions didn't really focus on that much, and you really got to see the differences. And sometimes, you know, one style will be a little bit better or a little bit better for tournament play than another, but it's always nice to have this mix of strategies, mix of decisions, because it overall makes everyone better when you have more choices in the game.
Right, and I think a lot of people will be hoping to bring Lobby Legends glory to their own regions as well, because so far our 2 champions have both been from Europe, if I'm not mistaken, Be Nice and Max 7 Key. Could be a bit different now, at least with the results from Lobby A. We only have Oliesh going in so far from the Europe region. In a Lobby B, though, we are going to quickly see who is joining us. I can list off the names while we're waiting.
Never thought about that, huh? I guess we do need some other regions to show up, huh? Okay. I need to stop slacking. I hear you. Loud and clear, Gia. I'll work on it.
I mean, Collins, casting should be your fallback. You're an amazing player. This is just your side gig, okay?
I do love casting, though. It's really fun. So, yes, maybe main thing. We'll see. We'll see.
We are also looking forward to some more reveals. So far, we've gotten like a couple of minions and a new hero, and every time we've had more to say, but the game was starting, so we couldn't quite finish out all of our thoughts here. But yes, these are new minions that will be joining Battleground soon. Look forward to a patch notes soon as well. We can't quite share all the exact dates, but okay, new one right away. Kooky Chemist, a tier 2 minion. Battle Cry, swap the attack and health of a minion, no minion type.
Wow. Okay, I remember this from Arena. This is a straight up Arena card to me where I used it a lot to kind of get those better traits. In Battlegrounds, how will I utilize this? There's a lot of minions with really high health, not high attack. I'm sure this is broken, by the way. I'm sure this is broken. I just don't know exactly where it. Oh, Chroma Wing. Obviously, that's so true. It's Chroma Wing that makes this broken. Yes, you take a golden Chroma Wing, you shoot it up to like 1,000 attack, and then you swap it. Now you have a 1,000 health minion. Yeah, so there's the abuse here with this card. It's a tier 2 4/4, which is already playable even without the battle cry. You take that normally, and then if you have an early Chroma Wing, you just swap the attack, and it's unkillable. So yeah, this is gonna be broken. If dragons are in, that's my immediate reaction to this, and it's gonna get nerfed another in some way.
All right, hot takes.
Either Chroma Wing's getting nerfed or this card's getting changed in some fashion. So yeah, we'll see.
It's so funny that your first thought is to swap the attack and make the health big, because when I looked at this, my first thought was, okay, if I'm playing Pyramid, I put all the health on my Hydra, and then later on I swap it and have a giant cleave. I don't know if I'm thinking big enough, but that's just a couple of synergies there, and I'm sure there's, with Vol'jin, with all of these heroes that can deal with stat swaps, I'm sure there's even more synergies to think about. I wonder if there's ways you can use like a Battle Master to have high attack. Is that ever something you can do if you're playing Divine Shields? I don't know. It's just such a cool card.
Well, my initial thoughts when it comes to swapping is health is more relevant than attack, and it's a lot easier to get attack. So I was just looking like, how do I get huge attack very quickly? Chroma Wing, bam, there's the abuse.
For sure.
But there's not a lot of other cards that really function in a way Chroma Wing does, where it just gets attacked like crazy, and there's not really a way to abuse that. So I just think that's probably going to be where we find the problematic synergies within that combination. But other than that, I don't really see a lot of other like clean synergies for that particular interaction. So we'll have to see. Maybe the other players can find a better abuse tendency than just me with a 10-second glance. So we'll see.
And there are a lot of other players to talk about. Lobby B has a lot of the heavyweights from the Battleground scene included. I think a lot of people will be very familiar with Goddammit, just such a consistent tournament performer, huge streamer, great on ladder, and XQN perennially top of the EU ladder as well. Such a huge name, very happy to see him in Lobby Legends. And then we have some repeat performers, Jagunsei and Kid, I think, were both playing in the previous Lobby Legends as well. Then we have Valera and ZZ, also from the China region, joining Kid there, and they are both just such experienced players. And then in the middle, Alex and Karamon from Japan, just another heavyweight locale for the Battleground scene.
Yeah, a lot of great players here. A lot of known names, I think, is very common here. So should be interesting. I do think we're going to get different games from the first three. Once again, it might be due to just different minion types, maybe more beast games. But I also think these players play a little bit different from what I've seen watching them. A lot of them are a little bit more high rolly, so we might see some like stronger board states. That's one thing I noticed in this particular string of 3 games, that the board state weren't particularly destructive or overpowering compared to what is possible in the game. So some of these players like to make some crazy boards, so I'm hoping to see some nonsense from these
Collins, just go ahead and drop names. We know XQN's play style. He loves the greed there.
I also think Goddammit does that a lot as well, to be fair. So those two players really like to dance on the edge of what is possible, you know. So yeah, it should be very fun.
Push the limits. And I'm just gonna add another name in there. We hear from Benage that ZZ is also a player that loves to go for first place. You see his name here is BLZZ. BL is his team tag, so we'll just call him ZZ for now.
Yeah, unfortunately for this role for Dummet, this is not a hero that pushes the edge of what's possible. So yeah, he's really gonna be trying to top 4. Should be very happy if he hits that. But just taking a look at some of the heroes we have another Pyramid. I think Pyramid's going to be picked every time you see it, just because it's so safe, so strong. We have this Reno really copying Dappy, right? Dappy there, right, with the turn 1 Reno hero power. If no Murlocs are in, I really like it, and it looks like, yeah, there are no Murlocs in, so I think this is a pretty safe play to get at least a healthy position. Might not be full commitment to demons, but this should give you a lot of health to kind of stay alive and then find a real game plan or a stronger game plan.
Valeera is committed from turn 1. That's it. He has no more hero power throughout the rest of the game, but he says getting this Wrath Weaver to scale twice as much as it would compared to the normal version is going to be enough tempo to secure him a top 4. And of course, this is just the first lobby of the day, and the goal is to try and be top 4 at the end of it. It's not necessarily about playing first place always. XQN, though, on the Mukla. Very, very interesting. This is a hero that I wouldn't say necessarily suits the playstyle I'm used to seeing him go for, but again, it's about securing top 4.
Really, I think this hero like makes a ton of sense.
Really?
Yeah, because what this hero does, once again, I don't think this hero needs like 10 armor. I was very confused when I read the patch notes and like, oh, Mukla's like getting the same armor value of like Rakanishu and like some of these like very poor performing heroes. And like, so one thing about Mukla is if you get a good start, you can just kind of level once again, and that's the difference where you would say, oh, Mukla's not really a great hero for like high rolling. Well, if you're able to level quickly to 5 to 6 and then you get to play the game from there with super high health, yeah, you can actually high roll super crazy. A lot of people with Mukla just tend to like, oh, I'll get divine shields, I'll hero power divine shields, but I think the real key with this hero is being able to use the bananas just to stay safe, and then once you're safe, then you make a real game plan. So I think it does fit the play style of someone like Exu.
Very cool. You're opening my eyes to something different here, Collins. ZZ on the Varden, which has Frozen and pre-dealing Gambler
I
in the
love,
shop.
I love Frozen Gambler, yeah. It's so much money, so much economy. That triple is free. You just sell it, you get your economy back. It's really, really strong. Hopefully he does hit the extra Gambler, right? Because if he rolls another 2-drop, there's a chance that they'll get the 2-drop as a pair. So it's a big deal whether he gets that triple Gambler roll or gets another 2-drop. But we'll see what happens to him.
Yeah, while we're on his perspective, we can talk about how ZZ had apparently one of the most dominating runs at one of the 1,000+ people gold opens last year. So the format for that used to be 5 games, no check format, and he actually managed to end it after 4 rounds because he got only like first and second. So they had to change the format because of him after that tournament. This guy has a pedigree that is not to be underestimated, and there is the triple like you were talking about, Colin.
It's nice when you play a tournament and then they're like, you know what? This guy's too good. Let's just change the tournament. That's got to feel real good there. So yeah, I like to see it. We'll see if he can repeat that type of performance in these tournaments or these lobbies.
Right. Moving over to Jagunse, who is one of our repeat performers, played in Lobby Legends 2 as well. He's on the Scabs here and has a very nice economy start. Should he pick up this Dex Wabi pair and potentially not play one of them? Because I feel like he'd want to stay on tier 1. Okay, never mind.
You level and you play the second one, right?
Okay.
The other line is you take the demon for stats. Yeah, so he can also do that too. The second Scally you would take if you like looked in the rest of the lobby and you saw there were other people with pirate starts, because if they're playing pirate starts, very likely they also have Scabby, so you look for a triple. But it looks like he looked and there wasn't a lot of people playing pirates, but you know, maybe he got the Scally from that opponent, right? So he knew he had a Scally. But I guess he just wants the stats, just wants to stay alive, right? If you don't take damage, you're doing pretty good, especially in the early game. So yeah.
Interesting, because on 6 gold, I often feel like, okay, if I haven't leveled here, let me just stay one more turn until I get the guaranteed triple, just complete the warrior curve. But
really?
we're already seeing players like
I
not
pretty much
strictly adhering
always
to these
level
rules.
on 6 with this here with Scaps. I almost never stay on 7 gold with this. I think once you level on 6, then pretty much your curve is hero power level, hero power level, hero power level. Sometimes you sell, sometimes you don't, depending on whether you get economy from your hero power. But that's just a very common thing you can do with Scaps there.
And that's why I'm a caster. We have ZZ here with the Peggy, and he got that from the Gambler Triplo, but the Gambler itself is his only pirate. So if he doesn't pick up another pirate, I mean, I have seen a couple games, I think, on Lee's stream where he has just left the Gambler in place because it's the only thing to benefit from Peggy.
But it wasn't a golden gambler. You see, there's the difference, right? It's too much of a price to pay. You're saving 6 gold just to keep up a pirate. I think you just find a replacement like as soon as possible. Well, maybe not as soon as possible, very quickly, and then you just move on with your life.
Happy to be on Karamon's perspective here, though, because when we checked in with him, he had a little bit of a pop-off, I think. Just happy to see that he's got a triple, 2 triples in shop, 3 triples in shop. I can't even count. There's the Trickster, the Bublet, and the Elemental. Oh my goodness. You talked about, Collins, how we haven't seen just a game where you got everything you want and you high roll. This might be it.
Yeah, only issue is he is on 27, but he is winning this fight, and I think this is a big deal to win this fight. As long as he stays 17 health, so he doesn't take 10 damage, and I think he'll be in an extremely good spot. He's also, the curve is also perfect where he can just level and get 3 6 drops, most likely fell bats. There's no Murloc, so as long as he doesn't take 10 damage in the next fight, he should be extremely good position.
And we are seeing XQN doing exactly what you recommended, Collins, just leveraging that hero power to let you level pretty safely. He's still at 3 armor with a triple frozen in the shop. That's a great start on Mukla if I've ever seen one. Pretty nice distribution of the bananas as well, where he does get the Divine Shield minions to relevant attack totals, but also has saved from some bananas to make sure that the Chroma Wings get good value from the doubling.
Yeah, just gonna throw this in. Once, imagine the swapper attack is in there, right? You just you're playing Mukla, you full stack the Chroma Wing, you triple that Chroma Wing, and then that thing has 1,000 attack with Mukla buffs. It does, and then you swap that's gonna be a 10 1,000. That card's getting changed. I'm it's no Murlocs in 10 1,000. Turn 7. That card's getting changed. So I'm just saying the potential for that to be absolutely broken is right there, and you can kind of see it. But fortunately, that's not in the game yet. But I'm just sweating with that introduction because it's going to be in every lobby. It has no type. So if it was maybe not a if it had a type, maybe you could say, oh, dragons are in, but this card's out. Here it's in every lobby, so you're gonna have to see it.
All right, Goddammit on the Sneed here. Also with a triple in the shop. Looks like almost all of our players have access to at least 1 triple, which is nice to see. Everybody with the potential to spike. He is going to take a victory over XQN here. Sneed hero power, not super useful in the early game, but if you can get to 6 drops and use that hero power, you can suddenly get so much value out of each and every high tier minion. No beast though, so not much potential for Gas Coiler to spawn more Gas Coilers and things like that.
Taking a 5 here, which is pretty interesting. I do understand the 5 just because it's tempo, right? There's you don't want to take 15 just to get a 6. I don't think that's worth it, right? So you may as well take a 5. The problem with the 5 is there's not that many good hits. He actually found probably the second best hit, maybe not the best hit. I would say Nomi in this position is probably the best hit, but he found the second best hit where he can really do a lot if he finds a major dome or something like that afterwards. He should be pretty good.
And even just the freeze of the Sally in the shop, because his board was Party and double Molten Rock, that was already kind of good.
Take the Cali. Take the Cali. Cali
he has another triple in hand. It's the potential for double Cali.
Yes. And I mean, it could be triple Cali. Ah, well, the game's over. No, I'm kidding. There's another triple next turn. He can still get double Kelly there. You might just take Nosy here because the other two aren't really good direction. Little Rag has kind of fallen off super hard as a direction. It used to be pretty good. I think if you are going to go Little Rag, the best bet is to just go to tier 6 and play like double Little Rag on tier 6 where you can start playing 6 drops and things like that. But if you're tripling into it, Little Rag's not really the direction you want to go. So I think we're probably going to see a Nomi pickup here, but they're all pretty poor.
All right, it is the Nosy, just like you said, another shot at Kalagos in a couple turns, and on the very next turn with that additional triple. But for now, Caramon wasn't looking particularly strong. However, Dragonsei has hit a triple of his own. That Buster doesn't have any synergy just yet, but he's kind of safe at 25. Definitely not going to die, even though I don't think he's winning this fight.
Oh, that's Alex. Alex with the I'm going to top 4 and scam everyone composition. I personally don't love to play this because I feel icky inside, but it definitely works. You pretty much always win with this hero, with this setup. It's just so hard to get through all the taunts and the buffs and the juggles and everything. But it unfortunately falls off once people start having like really good compositions. But in the mid game, you smack people for a lot. And you maybe knock people out that don't deserve it.
Well, bats. I think we're getting off the Cali train. I am so sorry.
Cali's so good. What? Cali's so good here. What are you talking about? Yeah, this is an easy sell. Oh, is he selling the Wrath Reaver? I actually like that. I don't think you need to take extra damage. The Wrath Reaver is not that relevant anymore. So I wouldn't mind selling that Wrath Reaver, just saying, I don't want to take 1 damage for this. Yeah, I like this a lot. And just committing.
Yeah, I completely agree. That Wrathweaver, if he gets to the point where it actually puts him down to 15, it's just not worth the investment. But ZZ
tripled
here,
I like this. He tripled into a Little Rag because he had the Tavern Tempest in the shop. That's why he committed. I love it.
makes sense. He can buy one here and a lot of the time hit the triple on that as well. And that's an amazing triple to hit when you have the low rag.
Yeah, I do agree.
Not get unlucky with the next refresh.
It's very unlike. Oh yeah, okay. So he's almost guaranteeing it by freezing it because he will get that refresh. You need something to refresh for the Varden ability to active. So there's one slot. It has to be a 5, and then he has to lose a 50-50. It's so unlikely.
Right, yeah. So maximizing the odds that he gets the triple on the Tempest there. That's just very clean Varden play here. I feel like this is a hero that is slightly underpicked because not everybody understands the different ways to manipulate the shop to give you better odds of hitting the triples. And it's nice to see ZZ utilizing to full potential there. Unsei here really depends where he can get this Foe Reaper to go. But okay, that's an amazing cleave. That's going to be a huge win here, I think.
Yeah, I do agree. Varden's so broken in the right hands and also the right lobbies as well. Like you do need to have lobbies that can abuse it, but in those right lobbies, like this could be just the best hero, like excluding Shutterwalk, but you know that was not really fair.
Right. Haven't really checked in with Kid for a while, but he does have the triple weaver in the shop and has been buffing up this Chroma Wing using the hero power from Pyramid as well to keep it healthy.
Yeah, another thing we wanted to get is like just taking a look at XQ, and you can see so many bad 6s that people are hitting, right? The good ones are probably Fellbat, Buster. Ooh, yeah. Okay.
Triple Devourer makes this turn a lot better. Wow.
Yeah, you just eat whatever.
Not the other Devourer, but yes.
Yeah, okay. Yes. Yeah, don't do that.
Okay, it looks like he will leave the big Fernal intact because it.
No, he's eating it.
Oh, okay. My bad.
He buffed it to eat it, right? Because he gets double the value. So that +4 becomes a +8 since you're eating it and getting twice the stats.
But do you like eating that over the minion that isn't scaling here, then Prisoner?
I maybe would have kept the Trickster in case I hit Fellbat. So that I would have had maybe +1/+1 less stats, but I had a Trickster on the board because if you hit the Fellbat, then it's a lot better for you. But this is generally reasonable, right? He went for as much stats as possible, so I respect that. Ooh,
It
I
is
like
rough
the
for
I
a
like
kid,
the I
though.
like the 4-6 there. I think he should take that as with
Yeah,
the
makes sense.
yeah.
He did
Doesn't
have to take Nadina because there just wasn't a Felbat. Like, that was the only synergy he could get at that point to go with his Chroma Wing. So making the best out of a bad situation.
Yeah, same thing with XQN, right? XQN had the triple in the shop. He got the triple. His best option was Mantid Queen, which isn't really a card you want to be playing in the early game. It's more of a tech option in the late game. Early game, Mantid Queen's really good with a lot of minion types because it just wins you the fight, but it's not something you want to rely on.
And a lot of people spiking here. The Scabs with the Buster getting a lot of work done, but the stats are too much from the Soul Devourer. He is going to survive, though.
Yeah, a lot of damage there. A lot of people taking a lot. There's not anyone that really jumps out as like hitting the nuts, hitting the clean, or the strongest boards. A lot of people kind of want to hit stuff and like they got a zap and they're like, oh no, and they got a nosy and they're like, oh no, and they got like a random Cali with no synergy and they're like, yeah, I can't do anything. So no one really high rolled, but everyone tried, I would say, right? It's a little bit different than the previous lobby where people weren't even trying to high roll. They just wanted to top 4. Here, everyone's trying to high roll and failing.
Yeah, Caramon especially with all those triples, but didn't really find 2 of the same kind, which is when you can really pop off and commit to a single direction. Still, though, just played for maximum stats and can just hit people for a lot of damage because it's still 3-6 drops. Got Dummit, though, no Major Domo still.
I really like what Dummit's doing, actually. He's utilizing his hero power and trying to make that work. If ZZ wasn't at 7 HP... Well, yeah, I guess double GD. But if he wasn't at 7 HP, I like the double Cali. But with 7 HP, you just can't do it. Just can't do it. Triple Cali.
Oh, no. Yeah, but
Just
at this
end on
point, he
double
just
Genie here.
kind of have to commit to the little rag, right? Sell out of the brand, yeah. Play for max stats, get one more roll in, play the Genie. Ooh, he can buy another Refreshing Wraith. Cycling Wraith? I always confuse that in the anomaly.
Yeah, he got it. He got it.
What he didn't get through was the unfreeze, because I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
he didn't
well,
want
I mean,
no time there.
That's you're asking for a lot there.
yeah. It's a tough game with this lag.
All right, gets a good hit there. Just has to dodge. He only has one option, so it should be fine for him. Ooh, taking a lot here.
Wow. So happy that the damage cap is still in existence, Valera is.
So this was the Reno that hero powered the Wrathly Rod 1.
Correct.
Right, and tried to recover from there. Oh, ZZ got knocked.
Ooh. Despite having the double genies, I guess it wasn't amazing scaling right away, right? It was just potential that, yeah, but that's rough.
Yeah, level to 6, right? And that's the risk of leveling to 6, right? You take a lot of damage in these type of lobbies where normally you can get there and you get to 6, you play double Cali, and then the next turn you're like immediately strong. Here you didn't have the time to go for double Cali, so you're just trying to make things work, and it's a lot weaker than what you're used to, and then you falter out.
Yeah. XQN gets ZZ's Ghost here, and he is playing a bit of a mishmash here. Obviously, the Nadina with Chroma Wing is great, but it's not really defending anything else. The Mithrax seems kind of late. Feels like XQN's been looking for the triple on this for quite some time, but hasn't hit. So he really only has 2 big threats here, I would say.
He initially tripled the Chroma Wing, right? We saw that, and he had to get the Mantid, and then he tripled again, and he had the Nadina, and they're not like super strong options by any means, so just not the greatest RNG in terms of the triples for him there, so a bit unlucky. But still, you know, not dead, fighting the ghost. Maybe a couple other people died, and he squeaked out like a top 5 or so, so there's a bit of hope for him there.
Forgot Dummit. Do you think he should end this turn by taking the triple, or does that actually weaken his board?
So he could just hero power lock and then get a 6 next turn, which
Okay.
is what he's doing. But he could also just sell, get the triple, get a 5. But I don't really think he needs to do that. So I like the hero power lock.
I agree. I don't think there's any fives that really help him right now. Like Nomi's far too late. Second master doesn't scale enough, so a
He
six
could get
drop.
second master. I think second master would be okay, but that's the only hit. Well, I mean, maybe no me, but it's late. It's late for that, so probably just second master.
I think on 6 there is much stronger prospects in finding a manted queen.
Yeah. The nice thing of a 6 as well is he is playing Sneeds, right? So he can just like
True.
hero power, get more mantids on randomly and things like that. So there are more values since he is playing this particular hero than just like, oh, I want to hit a mantid. Even if you don't hit a mantid, you can just hero power and get a mantid that way.
He's gonna knock Jagunsei out here, even though Unsei looked like he was pretty promising with the Buster comp. There was just too much stats on this Master Reality. Speaking of too much stats, the Fellbat scaling for Karamon. It's been a while since we checked in on him, but he did manage to commit to more of a demon direction since then.
Yeah, once again, this is kind of why I don't like playing Greybow, because it kind of leads you in that like scam composition, and these players are too good, right? Like you top 4 on ladder, but here like the players are just bigger than on ladder, so you don't get the top 4. People just like have nuts boards, and then you just like falter out. So bit of a rough one for Alex JP though.
Okay. Is
Going for a
Goddammit going
6?
to level?
Is he? Is he?
Oh, he's
No.
not. Oh,
Just
okay.
looking for master pair or for
Okay.
tower. Okay.
Sure. I mean, any elemental that generates more is just so much stats on his Master Realities here because of this Golden Party elemental.
Yeah.
Basically doing old Arana things, but better.
I did like the level, but I could also see not leveling, because if you hit something you can keep, you can hero power that and get Leroy, which is basically the same as Mantid. So it kind of fulfills both procs, but it looks like he's just fully committing. He probably wanted to look for the second master, which I think is probably the best hit in the game out of all 5s and 6s. That's the like you just take second master, but I didn't get it. Just hit tavern, which is okay. It's just stats, but not like real tempo. But generally strong enough. He should be pretty good right now. Having a 99 is pretty hard to deal with. Actually, it's 104. I blinked and the gained 5.
No worries. It is just very heads up to recognize. Oh, the Leroy went straight in, and I think Goddammit even consciously included a Ring Matron in this
Yeah,
comp
he
to
did.
have more taunts to try and play around Leroy, but gets absolutely wrecked by that. I think it's very good recognition that Master has potential in this lobby because there's no Murlocs. You can tell less potential for poison, better potential to go for some scams here. But Goddammit still actually takes the victory. Amazing.
Yeah, but doesn't kill him, right? So that's the problem of that Leroy hit. The Reno stays alive. And each placement matters so much, so it actually feels bad to not get that kill there.
But it was XQN that went out instead, I believe, in 5th place. Kind of rough. A lot of people actually playing something similar with the Nadina and Chromoing. Like, just one dragon is enough to do the job.
Yeah, I mean, there's not too many like good directions, I would say. I would say the one who has the best direction is probably the Maiev with the Fellbat scaling. It's just so hard to deal with Fellbat scaling when there's no poison. But other than, yeah, look at this board. It's so disgusting. But other than this player, I don't think there's a lot of other players. Maybe Dummit on the Sneeds can like get a scam there, because he can create more poisons with Leroys and Mantids from the 5s and 6s that he'll be picking up later in the game. But other than that, I don't think there's a lot of people that can contest this kind of scaling.
Aaron looks pretty good with that huge trickster. Oh, finally.
You know what
hits the
looks
triple
even
on the-
better? You know, a golden
Yeah?
Fellbat. Yeah, I like that.
And it's just pretty funny to look at a Bublet board with a ghoul, but actually Golden Bublet dies to exactly 2 damage and not 1. I learned that the hard way, so it will not die to the ghoul.
It's just next level tactics. You think I'm ghouling my Bublet? No. I'm buffing it up and doing yours.
Okay,
he
but the
sold
ghoul
it.
leaves the building anyway.
Never mind. He's gonna buy the other one. Don't worry. I see it. I see it. What did he sell there? He sold the Baron?
He sold his Master of Realities.
Oh, okay.
Had
That's
one
fair.
on the right.
That's fair. That's fair.
Ooh, bananaing the Leroy's to play around Acolyte, I guess.
Oh, he might have wanted to lock that. He really wanted to lock that board. That board was so good for him, but this unfortunate just rolled at the last second, wasn't really thinking about it, and then he was like, oh wait, that board is insane for me. But he's still in an amazing spot, so even if he doesn't get that lock, he's still really happy. But he could have been even happier, right? Demolished everyone with a lock like that, getting another Feldbat.
True. Rolls Valera though, and I think Valera can't be too sad about that. When you hero power your Wrathweaver on turn 1 as Reno, you are just kind of saying I'm playing for more. Wow! Barely tied there. That Sneed hero power coming in clutch for goddammit.
Steve's kind of broken in the right hand, so what is this like? What?
Wait, don't give me ideas.
No, I am a big Sneed hater personally. Don't play that hero. I don't like him at all. He's too toxic, right? Getting random Leroys from your hero power, getting random Mantage from your hero power, that's just too strong, too obnoxious to deal with.
Yeah, not a big fan either. Okay.
Just rolled triple cleave in one turn. Did he just have that in one turn?
It looks like, but is it good? I
Is
don't
it
know what
good?
he can sell.
He can sell the elemental. That's the only thing.
Bloodlet?
Yeah, but
Is it their time?
it's not good though. To be fair, that's the thing. I don't think it's that great of.
Tiny Reaper.
Well, it's gonna be golden, right? So it's 12 attack cleave. I mean,
Still tiny.
yeah, it is. I would probably lead the Baron, just buy the Baron, but you sometimes you can't resist a triple because the triple will give you a second Mantid.
True,
right?
exactly.
And second Mantid is just better, so you may as well just want to try it.
We are entering a sort of poison situation for the end game. So yes, another shot at Mantid I think is still very, very relevant.
Better hire a recruit while you
Does he play it though? Or does he like not care? It's like, I'll just hold it. Like I'm about to die maybe, but I'll just hold it.
This board on Pyramid right now should read mixed minions. He actually has 2 Nadinas and only 1 dragon. So I don't think Karamon can have very good of a read on what's happening. So maybe he's just gonna hold this for now and see.
I think it is losable, right? It is losable for Maiev, which I would say normally if you're the Maiev, you don't think this is losable. Like your board is so strong, but it
Collins. I think Collins needs to get his mic fixed for a bit, but he was absolutely right in saying that it was losable, very close at the end there, but ends up in a tie instead. Amazing how Kid has leveraged that 1 Chroma Wing into killing off 3-4 minions because of those Nadina procs here. Karamon is going to figure out how to adjust, but for now needs to face Goddammit on the Sneed. And if we recall, Goddammit had those elemental boards, like that huge Master of Realities, which I think Karamon already has accounted for with the double Leroy. Would have to get pretty unlucky to miss that with both of his attacks going first. And the rest of Goddammit's board, I don't think is threatening too many stats.
yeah, I may have like dropped my mic and everything. Whoops.
It's all right. It happens.
But yeah, it looks like the Maiev did win there. It's kind of hard to beat this board if you don't have perfect hits. I don't think Dummit will have a better chance as well. Like it's just too many stats with Golden Feldbat, Golden Trickster.
Hold on, this Argus, though, he might be able to play around the 2 Leroys in front, depending on whether he takes the Argus.
The problem is, even if you play around the 2 Leroys, you still die. Like, you don't have enough stats to deal with the rest of the board, so...
Fair.
It just doesn't matter. It's just too many stats here.
I mean, okay, if the Master survives, let's say it survives both the Leroys and the Mantid Queen, can it deal with the board?
We're already going to, like, 10% situations, and then
even with that going, I still think he loses. So no, I think he has no chance. Yeah.
All right. But he is putting the master all the way in the back. Just
you gotta believe in yourself at least.
True.
Like, that's what that is. I believe in myself and my minions, but
just hope that these Leroys want to party and don't hit the master of reality.
it's a golden baron now and a second mantid. I mean, it's not happening.
Yeah, the mantids are just too much.
Even without the mantids, he still wins. That's my point. Like, he could run just that one card, that one fell bad, and he would solo the board.
It is true. Way too much health after those tricksters resolve,
wait,
but
I spoke too soon. I forgot that he's playing Sneed, a super toxic hero that can randomly get Leroy's out of the pool. But obviously, it's not enough, right? But if it was a little bit closer, imagine winning this fight because you're Leroy, like you just pull Leroy from a 5-drop.
alive though. That's a big deal.
Oh yeah.
Yes, because of the Leroy.
I didn't like that one either.
That is true. I actually thought that was the end of the game.
Oh.
I'm like, oh wait, there's another player in this lobby too. Oh, okay, I thought that was it.
It has so much gold to work with. Doesn't go for the full chomp on the second Soul Devourer though. I think he's just not looking to sell anything because he really values his health total, every single point of it. I think in order to get full eats from the Soul Devourer, he'd have to remove the Castrana tier at some point.
What's the thing he's looking for? I guess he just needs Leroy Mantid. There's not a lot of other options. There's an argument that Elemental is playable because honestly, your Felbat isn't doing anything. The Leroy is amazing. That Catherine here is also not doing anything, right? So maybe the Selfless could like rebuff one of your bigger shields. So I could see that as an option. It's not a great option. You're really looking for Leroy's and Mantids, but it's definitely something you can do if you're pushed to the edge.
Yeah, for Kid here, I don't think he has full information on what exactly the stat line is of the board from Goddammit on this need, so he might be thinking that a little bit more attack on his Wrathweaver maybe lets him value trade a party elemental, or sorry, a Molten Rock if it attacks twice. But you're absolutely right. Once he sees, I think that he'll know that the buff on the demon in the middle is not particularly helping his odds.
It's doable, right? I would say it's doable for Kid here.
Right. Nadina. Okay.
Rolling Leroy's. Ugh. Disgusting. True. This is why I don't like this hero, guys. Like, 3 Leroy's? I'm not okay with this. Are you guys okay with this? I'm not.
Colin.
He does get the win, though.
You're giving new meaning to lobby legends. You are lobbying for a change to this card.
I have a lot of biases. A lot of cards I would be like, this is gone. You're gone. Prester, you're gone. Mecro, you're gone. Bublet, I don't like you. Get out of here.
Wait, what did Bublet ever do to you? Don't burst her bubble.
No, I'm bubble bursting. No sympathy.
Goodness.
You're gone.
Selling pets and bursting bubbles. Nothing can stop Collins, and he's on a rampage.
Yeah, no sympathy for me here. But
okay. Last fight here. Well, potentially. Kid's still at 21. But who is going to win between these two endgame compositions? They are strikingly similar, actually, where it's kind of turned into a Leroy Mantid endgame, which is, not uncommon to see.
See, the problem with this is like one person has Golden Trickster, Golden Baron, Golden Felbat, Double Mantid, and a Leroy. And the other guy has like 1 Chroma Wing and 2 Nadinas. Like, it's not the same. We are not the same.
Sorry, I didn't realize he had no Mantids of his own. Yeah, this is not getting there, huh?
Yeah. You get divine shields through, Nadina. I get divine shields through Manta procs. We are not the same, right? That's what this guy is. But yeah, really clean setup from Kuramon here. Just like triple the. This is the dream of the Maiev, right? The Maiev, he got 3 triple pairs in the shop, got 3 triples, got double Fellbat with a Golden Trickster, used the Golden Trickster with the Fellbat to scale, knew there was no Murloc, so didn't have to shy away from that, could fully commit to just building and keeping those setups, and then just cleaned up that composition by adding some poisons in one way or another, either through Roy or through Leroy. I know he's cheering, but let me spoil this. It didn't matter. He always wins. There's 100% victory. Yeah,
Right,
let's be honest.
Maybe that made the difference of whether he can kill on this turn, though. Because
I think so. That's true. That is maybe the difference. You do skip a turn, which I guess matters. Copium, right?
it does save your energy. And perhaps the most important point for Caramon here is he didn't get baited by the Caligos, because he did go through that briefly as I have.
Yeah, I mean, I think if he got double Cali, he's also in a very, very strong spot and could definitely compete with that board he made at the end. I think if he had double Cali, Nadina had Presters on the board as well, he could actually just beat that board. So I do think if he got double, it'd be fine.
That is fair enough, but that is first game in the books there. Caramon taking down a very convincing victory, but I also just want to shout out to Kid, because by no means was he handed a directly straightforward comp. He just kind of made it work with one Chroma Wing, and I guess the Wrathweaver early on leveraged double Nadina because he wasn't given scaling 6-drops, or none that particularly synergized well with this comp. Still turned it into a second place, and consistently showing that Pyramid, the new buff to it, has just been so helpful in order to just let it scale safely into higher tiers.
Yeah, I think the Kid had the most impressive game, at least for me, where he just had a Chroma Wing. Like, that was really his only unit that mattered, and he decided, you know what? I got my triple was Nadina. I'm just gonna commit. What I'm gonna do is stack my Pyramid buffs on the Chroma Wing so it doesn't get one shot. So I'm going to get 3 attacks off with my Chroma Wing. And then I have this Wrathweaver that, I'll just keep around. It's a big minion. And then I'll have fillers in the meantime, whether it's a zap, whether it's, random extra Leroy or something like that, some filler. But I'm really just relying on this Chroma Wing getting reset twice. That's my whole comp. And it's good enough to get top 2 with that. So really impressive there.
Yeah, I'd agree. And Goddammit as well. I think conscious decision to just stay down and play towards the Master of Realities. Once he recognized that he had a good enough setup with the Golden Party, the double Molten Rock, and you see there's no Murlocs in the lobby, just play for huge stats and then keep on hero powering that huge statted minion, because it's so likely to die at the end of your comp, so you have the board space to get as many rolls at Leroy as possible. So even though neither you nor I, Collins, are a fan of Sneeds as a hero, I'm a fan of how Goddammit approached it.
I'm just a fan of Goddammit in general, so it doesn't matter what hero he's playing. I'm like, yeah, that's a good play. But yeah, really figured out. I do think it's interesting. He decided not to commit to light spawn. He got an early light spawn, and when you're playing Sneeds, you do get more avenge procs than normal because you do get the resets, but decided that's not going to scale fast enough to outpace my my Master of Realities, and I don't think it would have. So I do think it's a good decision, because I think some players would just commit to this light spawn and just end up having a weaker board than what Goddammit ended up doing.
Completely agree, and we can see how the standings shook out after that first game here. It's ZZ, unfortunately, who went out in 8th place. There was a lot of potential with that Varden, honestly, but just got beat up a little bit too early. You have Unsay and Alex tied in 7th, 6th here, and then a little bit of a gap before we get to XQN, who clocked out a bit earlier than we would have thought. Valera, though, ending up in 4th. I think that's exactly what he was expecting going for the early Wrathweaver hero power with the Reno. I think you can't really hope for too much more than a top 4 there, but it's still very much anyone's game here because 2 more games to be played out, Collins.
Yeah, I mean, these games go fast to me. I guess I maybe I'm just used to playing and like getting top 8 and like waiting in silence for 20 minutes, too much of that. But these games are just like snap. Oh, we're in the next one, and the next one, and the next one. So there's only 2 games left, right? So these players do have to turn it around, right? The people that didn't make top 4, but I do think it's possible for everyone. And just from looking at the first game, I don't think we had any like standout like weird players or like, oh, this looks wrong to me. I think everyone did what their hero and their shops were supposed to do. So hopefully we just get more good games from everyone, and we'll see who the finals are.
Yeah, I would completely agree. And it's very important for Caramon as well not to rest on his laurels. Just because he got a first place doesn't mean he's through to tomorrow. I hate to use Gopher as an example, but yeah, exactly. Just fell short at the very end there. Every one of these players is hungry to get every last point that they're able to. But they do need a bit of time to rest and gather their thoughts as we enter the next game. So we are going to go to a quick break. Right after this, it is Game 2 of a Lobby B. Welcome back once again to Lobby Legends Eternal Night, where we have just witnessed Game 1 of Lobby B with Karamon taking a very convincing win with that Maiev. Triples all around. Collins, this is a bit similar to what you were hoping for, right? A player that hits the high rolls and gets there. It wasn't straightforward, though. So what are you hoping for next?
It's definitely exactly what I thought would happen with some of these players. It's not that they all hit the high roll, but they all attempted it. Right, they attempted it. They looked for it. Whereas in the other lobbies, they were just like, "I'm just gonna stay on 4, maybe get a 5, and then they'll stay on 4 for a while. Then they'll get another triple. Then you're like, you know what? Maybe I'll take a 6, like turn 10, turn 11." Where here, a lot of them turn 7, turn 8, turn 9, they were all looking for 6s. Unfortunately for them, a lot of them got like Zap, a lot of them got like an early Manta, a lot of them got like a Nosy, a random Kali with no synergy, right? But they looked for it, right? Which is very different than the group of players we had in the previous lobby. So that's kind of interesting, and I thought that was going to be the case with the players we had there. So pretty cool to be correct in our assessment.
Something I always talk about with how I look at BG in a different way to Standard is that Battlegrounds, I feel, has so much room for style expression. Like, if you're the type of player that wants to go for first place, maybe you hit 8th a bit more often than the others, but you can also get the spikes. And those are both very valid ways of approaching tournaments and the ladder. But another thing that we are looking forward to is showing some more new minions, Collins. Here's another one for everybody to see for the first time. Drum roll, please. Sparring partner.
Oh, give a minion taunt. Okay. So, I like this just because there's not enough taunt availability in the game. Sometimes you're just rolling it down, trying to get taunt. And another thing about this is it doesn't give stats. So usually both of the taunts, the Argus and the Houndmaster, they do give stats +1, +1, +2, +2. When you're playing things like Scam Pirates, you don't want to give your Scally's stats. So actually, this might be really good. It's also a Tavern Tier 2 compared to 4, so this will make giving taunts significantly easier to do. I've had multiple games where I needed an Argus, and I rolled down like 30, 40, 50 gold, no Argus. And my game, I lose the game because of it. And I'm just like, how is this like, okay, I just need taunt. Like, it's not like I'm missing pieces of my composition. I just need a taunt from my random gold and I can't get it. So I'm happy they added more ways to get taunt in the game.
Yeah, and another interesting thing to note is that out of, I think, 4 minions that we've revealed so far, only one of them has had a type in the Silverback Patriarch, and all of them except for Tavern Tipper are also just cards that we've seen in Standard as well. Very cool to see that they're utilizing some of these Standard cards in a way that they can bring some spice to Battlegrounds as well. All of these minions with no minion types, though, do you think that's going to affect sort of the reliability of getting towards certain comps?
Kind of. It depends if they're gonna remove minions as well, right? We don't know if they're gonna change some minions. If they remove 1 or 2, then it probably shouldn't be too bad. We are in the games, but it is interesting adding taunt. It's just a nice tech option generally. I don't think it's gonna change the game or anything like that. Here
right.
for XQ, and I hate these options, honestly. This is like go next. He's probably gonna take Edwin and just like try to top 4, but if this was me, he's gonna go for a Nixia, which I also don't like at all. I think the buff didn't really fix the problem of Nixia, which is like it's so hard to even get the setup. If you get the setup, it's stronger, right? Getting 3-1s, but you have to hit Acolyte, you have to hit Icky Imp and things like that, and you're not guaranteed to get that.
We have an AFK as well. Not a particularly high-powered lobby, I would say, in terms of hero choices, but I am so curious how this pans out. I can say with the Jandice, I think super reasonable, especially if you hit Alley Cat.
He already won. He already won. Let's move on. But I do think that hero selection is pretty interesting. I actually don't mind AFK in the right lobbies
And usually crowbars have to be in for me to even
Right.
attempt picking AFK. And also, I like pirates. And I don't think a lot of people look at pirates. They're probably more look at dragons and mechs being in. But actually, like, if you can get double the 4/4 pirate, yeah, it's so good. It's actually one of the best starts in the game. You can just get double briny start. But, you know, we'll see if that happens for the AFK. But I do look at crowbars and pirates for AFK to start. The other heroes, Tess, you know, in high level lobbies, I think Tess gets better, so probably fair here. There's another Yogg. Yogg's being pretty popular. Another Varden. Varden, I think, once again, right hands. This is a decent Varden lobby, so I think it's pretty safe. And then you have the Inya Insei with the free Alley Cat start, and then Kid on Reno. Could be good as well.
Yeah, there's heroes that have obviously tons of spike potential here, but we'll see how they approach it. Like last time we saw Reno, it was maximum conservative approach from Valera, going for the Wrathweaver hero power on turn 1. But I wonder if somebody will be going for Warrior Curve instead, trying to hit a 5-drop and Golden Dot, which is the other general way we often see Reno being played. Touching back on your point about AFK, I completely agree that I never even consider it when there are no Quillbars in, but Quillbar with AFK, if you do manage to hit that 3/3 Bristleback Brute plus a gem generator, that can be one of the best ways to approach the mid game. But let's see what the choices are.
Oh, no, we can't see it. I will say really good start for XQN there with the double shell into the Ikium. That's so good for Onyxia there.
Thranatier.
Game's over for me if I have to pick that as an AFK. That's going to be my honest opinion. Like, I have to take this. The game's probably over. You can maybe salvage it if you get the Bristleback Brute, or I would say that would be the only. All right, I'm FFing.
All right. So there is a little tiny bit of synergy here with the Trickster.
Okay, he's being a bit greedy by not playing the Emissary, but I guess it's fair. You're not in a good spot no matter what you do.
Yeah. Okay. He can still take this victory, I think.
Yeah,
Oh,
he
it's
gets a
actually
tie. Yeah. Another Yogg doing Yogg things. Okay. Gets the pair already, right? So one thing you got to be really cognizant when you're playing Yogg is to make sure that you have access to a pair while you're leveling so that you can easily triple. And the best thing is to have the triple in the shop. But if you have one pair at least, or hopefully 2 pairs, then you level to 5, then you can roll on 5 and then get the early 6. So he has a pair already, so that's a good sign.
Yeah, Yogg's one of those heroes where, like, obviously your hero power means you don't lose a lot of the early combats, but it falls off a lot in the mid game. So making sure you actually leverage that tempo to hit an engine for the late game is of utmost importance. Lear here, though, has a triple in the shop for himself, and this turn picked up the Rat King hero power, which is pretty nice.
It's not even in the shop, right? He's Maiev cosplay, right? Just having that locked in. So that he gets it. It looks like he got it last turn, so he'll probably end up getting a 5, right? He'll get a 5 here. And that's pretty good. I think this is a pretty good 5 lobby. Oh, look at XQN, right? Gets the triple, holds the triple. Classic play from him there. We'll see if he picks up a 4 or 5. I think both are pretty good options. 6 is pretty costly. You'll take a lot of damage if you want to commit to a 6 there, but we'll probably see a 4 or 5 from him there.
Right. Spell Collector is a great triple to get as well because of the extra coins it provides you.
Yeah, taking
a 4.
Yeah, I like the 4 here because you can get all the good Avenge units are here, right? So you can get there's no elementals actually, so no elementals, but you can get the demon Doomsayer, and you can get the Witch Matron. I think those are the 2 cards he was looking for here. He whiffs here, so big sad here for XQN. If you're an XQN fan, you're not happy with this option. Yeah, has to take the mug and probably just gonna take a type. Maybe the Quillbore, I guess. It's not super great, but okay, just gonna go for more events pro. So he might not even play the so he's still gonna play the Mug. I guess he has to because he can't really level. I mean, he can't really not level because he needs to level and get the event, so he has to play the cards.
Yeah, it's a bit rough there, missing out on the easy game plan. But we'll see if he can make it work here. Karamon on the test has tripled and is looking at some, I'm gonna say I thought a decent bonker option, but actually goes for the Wave Rider instead. Oh, because he has a Lava Lurker.
Yeah, it's basically a bonker, right? Like, because you're getting +2/+2 a turn, right? So it's basically a bonker with the gems. So, and it opens up Naga synergy. So I think this makes a lot of sense. It's not that strong, I'm gonna be honest, but it makes a lot of sense, and that's what matters, right? Not the strength of the hero, but the amount of sense you're making, right?
Sure.
Reno's taking a lot here, though.
Yeah, I think Kid is holding out for a 5-drop here, or a 6 maybe.
It's hard to get a 6, right? Yeah. This
I
is
mean,
also
you could have double sold and leveled.
Golden Mama, and he wins. Well, not wins, but he that's like guaranteed top 4. I think there's also really good, Jandis. I wanted to see what the Jandis had as well. So these are the very two important turns for both of these heroes. The Reno gets the Mama Bear. Golden Mama Bear is really going to carry him. Probably guaranteed top 4 here. We'll see if he can make it into a top 2 or a top 1. And then Jandis is going to get double 5 drops here. We'll see if he also gets a Mama Bear.
Ew.
Bristleback Knight's playable. Not good, but tempo.
This
Maybe
is
he gets
probably
a
a turn where he doesn't even use the swap hero power, right? Sell out of. Would you sell the hyena pair or the icky?
That's a good question, actually. Maybe the hyena. But Icky is fine. I don't think they're going to be game changers, unfortunately. But honestly, they don't necessarily matter too much. You can also go Agam. Yeah, I like Agam more because he has the bristleback, and Croc's kind of like, I would take Mama Bear over Croc, but I would take Agam. I think Mama Bear over Agam, but I would take Agam over Croc because here, like, you get the synergy and you do have the 1/2 in the shop, right? So you're just thinking about what's strong this board. And another thing is you are playing Jandis. Jandis can just like reroll battle cries, so you just need to hit like that 3/3, the Necrolite. If you hit a Necrolite, then you're kind of golden. So I think in the position he was in, I think the Agam does make more sense. So I like that choice from him. Well, I think a lot of players take Croc, so there's no fault on you there. I think Croc makes a lot of like obvious sense, but if you want to have the best board, I think you take the Agam here.
Well, this is fault on me because I thought I was an Agam fan. I thought I was an Agam one trick, but I failed to recognize that it could potentially be good here. So I'm just kind of disappointed in myself, to be honest. But with Jandis, like, especially that point you made is huge, especially if you can find a brand that is so much potential there.
If he hits Brang Necrolite, I just think he wins. Like, I don't know if there's other players that can contest that, but oh wait, okay. Everyone needs to dodge the Reno.
Yes. I mean, last we checked in, we were like, okay, this is for sure top 4. I mean, even better, most likely, with the Golden Mama Bear. But I didn't think he would hit full board beasts on the very next turn.
I just want to, like, let's reevaluate. It's turn 7, 9 gold. This is the board. You have a Golden Mama with Reborn, a huge cleave, 2 beasts that have death rattles to proc, and everything on your board is like Tavern tier 4 basically. Plus they all have 15 health. It's turn 7. This is not okay. This is not okay. No one beats this, I would say.
Yes, I completely agree. The real thing that Kid has to think about at this point is just how does he convert this into a first place? Because Mama Bear Beast, while this is going to beat everybody for the next 2 combats, I would say, it does fall off potentially because the scaling isn't permanent, right? Or like you cannot keep buffing these.
The best way to win is like someone dies and then you just hit people for 30 and then they die and you win. Like that's actually like what you want. If this was ladder, you just hope like someone's low rolling super hard and then like you just like they just concede and then you're just like, okay, I just hit people for 30.
Right.
But unfortunately not happening here.
But to put it into context, let's say we have the Agam player, right? That's long-term scaling potential. How does Kid, once he knows that there's a player that can outscale him given time, how does Kid leverage this into a higher position?
Okay, so let's say you're the Reno in this position. You want to win the lobby. You don't want to like get top 2 because I think in the position he's in, he's almost guaranteed top 3, but most likely gets top 2 and like probably loses like the super high roller. If you want to like win the lobby, you probably need to go Golden Baron Goldrin, I guess, would Reborn Macaws and Reborn on everything. That's probably has the highest odds to just be the strongest composition, because the other line is you go like more Mama Bears, but the problem with more Mama Bears is it's way riskier than just like Golden Baron Goldrin Macaw, where you have like 100 cleaves, right? Like that's what Golden Baron would be, right? You'd have 100 cleaves, and that would pretty much knock out everyone. But it's more work. It's harder to do. But I definitely think in the position he is, he can just kind of look for that level to 6, roll for the Golden, roll for the Baron, set it up. The problem is it's not in your hands, right? Baron is not a common card to get, so it's more risky.
And I feel so bad for XQ, and he just got rolled by the Agam player, and he's facing Reno next. And while he has finally found that Doomsayer, it might be too little too late, because I don't think even with the juggler and the decent setup with the Icky Imps that he can stand up to
he
all
has
of
8
the
life. Yeah, I mean, this I would say is more a problem of the hero selection. This is something you have to just like reevaluate and say, is the next year really what I want to pick? Because I mean, even the hero selection, we were kind of looking at like, is that what we want? Do we want to play next year here? At least that's what I was thinking. I'm not a big fan of the hero. I just don't think the buff was good enough to justify picking it over. I mean, he didn't have good options, to be fair. Like all his options were pretty bad, but this kind of leans you and forcing you to play a event-centric composition, right? And I think if he got that early 4 and it was either a Doomsayer or what's it called, or Nest Matron, we'd be having a completely different discussion where it's like he's absolutely incredibly strong. He's on tier 6. He has so much gold, but since he didn't get that early 4 what he wanted, now he just takes 15. He takes 15 again, and now he's on the back foot, right? Almost getting 8th place here. Like it's very, very problematic for him. Right. Has a triple gonna go for the 5? I mean, go for the 6.
Has to hit Fellbat here for this to do anything relevant, I think.
Gas Coiler, Mama Bear, those are options as well. Gonna go for the synergistic one.
Yeah, Mama with the juggler can get some work done. But
see, the argument for Gas Coiler would be the Reborn. That I do think Mama is like mostly correct as well, right? And he does have another target for that. I just don't know if you're gonna keep it. The Croc. Yeah, so maybe. I mean, it's hard to transition in the Croc. You have no gold, and I don't even know if that would be better outs here. You're kind of just looking for a second
juggler, right?
Yeah, second juggler. He might just end with the Croc, like sell something, play the Croc, play the second Imprisoner, and call it a day. Yeah. Right. Not super strong, but it probably gives him the best odds to stay alive here.
He has to do something just to finish 1 or 2 places higher.
Ooh, yeah. I mean, this Yogg's board isn't super strong as well, so definitely can win there.
Okay.
Which board is that? That is ZZ, right? That's ZZ's board? Yeah, so.
Yeah.
Kind of going for, what's it called? Promo Terragosa, but very, very late promo and very, very late Terragosa. So they're not as big as they need to be at this stage of the game.
Yeah, I would definitely agree that it's too late because I often go for this obviously when playing Ysera, and I noticed that if any game I get the promo later than 10 gold, I am just losing for sure, and this is turn 9 already.
Yeah, so a bit unfortunate. Like, pick the direction too late, I think, for ZZ. That would be the problem there. Promo Terra is pretty good, especially when there's no Murlocs, but you have to get it super early. And that's why there's only a handful of heroes that can really do that well, right? Ysera and whatnot, that can really focus on that game plan, but a bit late for him.
Low scale for Unsei is a great pickup to be his Naga minion type here.
I think he's selling the brand to get the triple. A bit sad, right? You don't want to sell the brand because if you hit a Necrolite, it's so good for you. So he's thinking about selling like one of his minions on the board. It's a bit greedy, but I see it. Probably the hyena, right? Because it's a different type.
Yeah, and he does have this gas coiler in hand to replace the beast type and then just have that be buffed up. I think it's not too much of a tempo loss. Because the brand has just so much potential.
Yeah, I'm greedy too, right? Like that's the problem. The problem though is he knows he's playing Reno, right?
True.
Reno
oh my god, you're
kills you.
right.
So he's asking himself, can I even risk losing a golden hyena just to just to save this? So it's more like normally if he wasn't playing anyone else, but he can check the Reno, and the Reno's dealing 15 every time. Like, you know that this guy's insane. So he might just say, you know what, I can't sell this. I can't sell this hyena. I have to keep it. And we'll see. Yeah, he keeps the hyena. Yeah, so this is more of a, I'm fighting this high roll player. I can't risk playing any weaker than I have to. So I get my triple, and we'll see if it's good enough.
I was gonna say it feels like that wouldn't have made any change, but the Hydra did go far left. It's still not looking good for Jandis, but can he get some Leroy's maybe? Don't know. Nope.
I mean, yeah, this is early Mama Bear with Reno. It's not fair. It's really not. There's not a lot you can do to counteract this board state this early, and that's why I'm saying, like, if you really want to win with Golden Reno, you just have someone leave early and then you kill everyone. But it's early enough, right? People still can't contest Golden Mama with a full beast setup, so just knocking people out now.
And the prophecy of AFK just dying soon has been fulfilled. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see what was happening with Goddammit too much, but couldn't make the Varden work either. And surprisingly, XQN, with a board that looked like he was just gonna get completely rolled, has stayed in there in the top 4.
Yeah, I'm honestly surprised. Like, I'm gonna be honest, this board doesn't look like it should be top 4, but it definitely found a way, right? Maybe he got a good fight. I don't know who he fought last turn, right? Maybe a weaker player or a player that wasn't relying on stats, because this is a really good, like, I'll stay alive board, right? With the jugglers, you can snipe key units early, and that might give you the piece you need while having the Croc scaling at the end. And it is Croc scaling with Onyxia, right? That maybe might be the key piece why this stayed alive, because you have that Onyxia extra procs almost in every attack. Here's another proc, here's another proc. So that might be the difference maker why this board stays alive, when normally if you're not playing Onyxia, this board doesn't look that threatening at all.
Fair point. It is still utilizing Avenge with Onyxia just on a minion that's a bit higher tier than we expected. I think another big point is that XQN first faced Reno when the damage cap was still intact. He is going to meet his end pretty soon, though, it looks like. Yeah, that Hydra is just too much.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you want to win with Golden Mama Bear Reno, just play normal. Don't do anything. You're just destroying people regardless.
Okay.
Doesn't really matter.
Is it going to be a first place is the question here. I mean, we have Caravan on the test with honestly not a very test looking board because this is just not any synergy that he's stolen from anyone, right? It's just kind of maybe he stole like the highest stat minion from each board he saw, but it's just mainly playing for survival as well.
So normally I would say that it's very likely to get second place in this, but the problem here, or maybe the benefit for the Reno player, is that everyone else is getting tempoed, and so they're having to do subpar tempo plays because they don't want to take damage, they don't want to die, and because of that, you have a clean like, oh, I just buy the beast and I get stronger by tripling my beast. And that's my game plan. While everyone is like, I need to like do this tempo play here to, you know, squeeze an edge, have an edge for this fight, but I'm gonna be weaker in my next fight because I'm doing that. And because you're just focused on, I buy Hydra, I buy another Hydra, ooh, Golden Hydra. You know, it's a lot easier to just have a stronger board than your peers because you have a game plan from the very beginning of the game, and even though you're getting stronger slowly by slowly, everyone else isn't really getting stronger. They're just scaling slowly to survive. So as you can see, no one has a Tissa, no one has you know, the one player that could maybe contest was the Jandis, but got killed by the Reno, so
Exactly.
it doesn't even matter.
This is a very good example of a type of lobby that you would see more often in tournament than in ladder, where one player has been bullying the lobby, so you have everybody else reacting in such a way where they respect that player, try and just play for one or more higher placements. And because of that, we end up in such a situation where the game is only on turn 12 and probably ending in the next two combats. And we have one player that has a board that doesn't look like it should be getting first, but it is going to achieve that.
We haven't seen the end of it, right? I still believe in some of these players to turn it around, but yeah, I mean, Reno is pretty dominating here.
This is respectable though, with all of those glow scale activations. It's a lot of shields, but I don't know if it's enough stats to beat the Mama Bear plus Death Rattles.
It could be due to the Wind Fury. The problem is like you have to be able to one-shot all the minions. And that doesn't seem to be the case. Also, there wasn't any chance for the Hydra Cleave to go into the Leroy, right? So
Right, yeah.
that was awesome.
Oh,
no.
okay.
Could be a tie.
Could be. Oh, not anymore, right?
No, it's
Oh wait, yeah, now it can. My bad. Wow, just barely. Impressive for Caravan to stay alive here.
yeah,
But his board is going to be a lot weaker from now on without the glow scales, right?
yeah, and unfortunately, like no other player has like good scaling. I would say between the test and the Master Win, they're kind of just playing to survive and hoping that that's good enough. So there's not really any like clean scaling for either of those players. So the Reno just kind of has a field day, like, oh, you guys aren't really scaling. I'm just buying beasts. You know, I'm over here. There you go.
Go ahead and play like how I did my very first day in Battlegrounds, which is just roll for triples.
Honestly, that's a good strategy in a lot of games. So I don't mind that at all. But you can
Those
kind
bell
of
curve things where maybe don't start out doing only that, but in certain situations when you're good enough, you realize that's the only way to scale, then do that again, yeah.
But you can kind of see the Reno is slowly transitioning into the comp I suggested, right? Now has the Golden Macaw, has two Goldrins, has the Hydra, has the Baron, right? Slowly transitioning away from fully Mama Bear centric into more of a Macaw, big cleave composition. So you can kind of see he understands the lines to win, right? The lobby, right? At least the best chance from a beast-centric standpoint, right? You start selling those death rattlers, selling the rat packs, selling the random units, adding an extra Hydra, adding, going double Hydra. And I really like that, right? Because it just showcases, hey, I could have just committed to Death Rattle Beast for the whole game, but I want to win the lobby. I see I'm in a position to do that. I will go for Golden Macaw. I will go for Baron. I will go for Goldrin. So just really, really nice to see. I love this kind of gameplay.
That is completely right. He knows the win condition here just to make sure that you don't, waste a potential first place. Like, honestly, this was one of my biggest problems starting out with Battlegrounds is I didn't know how to close out games where I definitely had the potential to reach a first and somebody just outscaled me because I wasn't getting greedy enough. And it's nice to see Kid recognizing when he needed to play for max tempo and just how long he could just power level on the early Mama Bear start.
Yeah, it's actually a very common problem. Maybe not a problem, but a tendency of players to just keep doing what they're doing, right? So let's say they get a random direction, maybe a Nomi. They're like, okay, I'll do Nomi forever, and then they'll get put in a weird position. They're like, yeah, well, I'm Nomi, so I'm not gonna change. But sometimes it's like you roll like double Cali or something, and you're like, "Oh man, all right, I'd rather just be double Cali here." And it's hard to be like, "Oh, I'm not going to commit to this. I'm just gonna play whatever gives me the strongest board state." And I think a lot of high level players understand that. They're like, "Oh, I will play whatever I need to survive. But if you give me, golden direction into something, I will immediately sell my board and commit to that, just because they know that the potential there is a lot stronger."
Gosh, I would love for there to just be a card printed called Direction, and I can play Golden Direction, and I'm like, yes, I don't need to use my brain. I just take the Golden Direction.
Oh man, that would be beautiful. I'm playing Direction comp. Yeah, I love it. Yeah, you just get everything.
All right. Caramon here. Again, we have so many players that don't necessarily have strict synergy in any one direction, but they've just been sticking together or holding it together turn after turn.
Okay, I really thought he was going to sell the Hydra to Reborn the Gas Coiler, but not doing that. Okay.
I think he saw Valera's board before, which had quite a few Divine Shields. Or, oh wait, was Caramon the one with the Divine Shields? Okay. Yeah, I think this Dragon was not tripled a while ago.
Perfect hit there.
Yeah, huge. But the Lero
I don't think it's
still,
enough. Yeah.
Yeah.
The other player has Reborn, Gas Curler, which I think is the secret. The secret to the victory. Yeah. Not really, but it is pretty much a game ender there.
True. It does just guarantee that there is no way that Caramon can get out of this one alive.
Was there a way? No, there wasn't. Okay.
But that does mean Caramon follows up his first place with a third, which puts him in a very strong position still to qualify through to tomorrow. Valera has at least a second place to follow up his fourth, so in a very similar spot as well. I don't quite think he's going to be able to take it down versus Kid, but the one difference I would mention between Death Rattle Beast and Golden Macaw Beast is that the Golden Macaw Beasts are actually a lot more vulnerable to poison and Leroy, aren't they?
Yeah, but there's no Murlocs, so you can kind of say, what's the chance that they're gonna run double Leroy, double, Mantid Queen, and they're trying to play safe to not die. It's not super duper high, but that is true. But usually, you kind of mitigate that by having Reborn on everything. So your macaws have Reborn, so it'll go into something not that relevant. It'll go into the mantids, and then you don't care. Then your Reborn one will go into the other mantid, and you don't care. And then your cleaves will cleave half the board, and then you don't care. And then your other cleave will cleave the rest of the board. And then
Right, yeah. if all of these minions that remain that aren't the big synergy buffing minions, if they're all just cleaves, then yes, you very much make up for the fact that you don't have death rattles, because each of your normal attacking minions takes down 2 to 3 on the other side.
I like this board from Kid. This is what I do. Just Macabre, Goldren, cleave. Let's go.
It's just so pristine.
Let's see.
He's so casual about this win. He knew he won the game from like turn 7. He was like, oh, yeah. Guess it's over.
So I'll take my 7 points then. Look at the stats on these. Majestic.
Yeah, but perfectly transitioned it, right? From the Goldren-centric comp into the Macaw-centric Goldren comp, which I really think just gives him the best odds, right? Like, how do you deal with 50 attack cleaves with no huge skill in the game? Even if you had scaling, it'd still be tough to beat this. And this board can get even stronger, right? He hasn't even tripled that Goldren. So you get that Goldren, now you're having 120 attack cleaves, like 120 attack cleaves pretty much kills everything. So yeah, this is how you win with this Goldren early gold mama setup. You can see he has no mama on his board, right? Like fully transitioned out of it.
300 attack cleaves. I remember that from the old Vol'jin buddy days.
Yeah, well, that's true.
He
That
had
was
Divine Shield too.
Let's not talk about that too much.
Alright, so that is going to be Kid taking down the lobby in first place. There really wasn't much contest ever since he got that Mama Bear. You hit the nail on the head, Colin's talking about how as long as he's able to knock out the big scalers early enough, and we saw that the one person with potential to try and outscale Kid was the Jandis Jagunsei there with the Agam, but died kind of early, and from there, Kid really just had a field day. Very impressive stuff.
All you gotta do is kill the players that are trying to kill you before they kill you. It's that simple, right? Like, the Janice was trying to kill him, so he killed the Janice before he got the scale and kill him. So hey, now you win the lobby. It's that easy.
Yeah, I wish I could take that advice to heart, but it never quite works out that way for me, Collins, when I try it.
Just kill the Nexus. It's that easy. I mean, what do you
Okay. Fair enough. Oh yeah, but we have to shout out XQN again here, because it really looked like he was in no position to take down a top 4 here after missing the Avenge target on his first 4-drop Discover, but still managed to get there with a decent amount of points. I think he was 5th in the first game, so he still has very much real potential to qualify through to tomorrow, but definitely needs a stellar result in this last game. But for a couple of our other players, I think things are looking quite dicey with back-to-back low placements.
Yeah, it's very easy to continue doing poorly after a poor showcasing, because first of all, once again, you're watching the other competitors just like do well, and you're like, I threw. And then sometimes people have good days, people have bad days, right? And it's a lot easier to continue having a bad day if you have a bad start. And it's a lot easier to continue having a good day if you have a good start. So the players that are doing well, like, they're not doubting themselves. They're not in their own heads. They're focused on the gameplay, while you're just sitting there for like 20 minutes, like, did I pick this right unit here? Did I buy this right unit here? Maybe I shouldn't do that. Maybe I should play safer. Maybe I should not play my style. And then they end up just like overreaching or underreaching, not playing risky enough or not playing safe enough, and just performing badly. So I don't really fault them for having bad games. It happens to everyone. It's very possible, but it is unfortunate, right? Like, these are the tournaments you want to showcase your best, and you don't want to be having bad days on these like very important tournaments for sure.
Really happy that we have you here, Collins, to talk about from first-hand experience the mental aspect of the game, because as casters we're always like, oh, the pressure is really real in tournaments, but they could easily just say like, how would you know? But you're right here saying it and proving the point. But we do have our standings here after the second game is in the books. BLZZ in a very similar story that we were seeing from Hakase in the first lobby, just continuing an unfortunate streak, and I think mathematically unable to make it through to tomorrow. But on the flip side, Kid following up a second place with the first. Insane. Caramon with 2 top 4s and Valera as well. Just impressive stuff all across the board. But XQN also just managing to leverage a 4th and 5th place into right now a 4th place. Looking quite good, but it really is that 4th spot that is really highly contested.
Yeah, that 4th spot and maybe the 3rd spot if Valera goes if does really poorly in the next game. But really that 4th spot's what everyone's shooting for. Definitely going to be rough. Because everyone has a target on your back, right? Because I do think they can see the player names, right? So they're like, oh, XQ, and I need to kill that guy, So it's gonna be, it might be weird, right? Everyone might, just not level, let's play an extra minion down, just to deal a little bit more damage and knock them out early. So we'll see if things change, if people start playing very safe, right? So for Kid and Kuramon, right, they can kind of chill. They don't have to try super hard, but it's always nice to like dominate over a competition and just be like 500 points ahead. So we'll see what they want to do there.
And they can take a page out of Dapi's book from last lobby, right? Even though he was like for sure through after the second game, he was still flexing on people, knocking some of the other players out early. And we are going to find out who will be the 4 players from Lobby B joining us through in the finals tomorrow, right after a short break. Gotta give them time to rest and recover. Make sure they're playing at their best on the very last game of the day. So don't go anywhere. Right after this, we'll be back with Game 3. Welcome back once again to Lobby Legends Eternal Night, where the Eternal Night is coming to an end, actually, at least for today, Collins. It is going to be our last game of the day, Lobby B. Already shaping up with some front runners, but we do have at least 2 spots, I think, that are still very heavily contested. What you looking forward to seeing?
I'm looking forward to seeing some people play with their hearts out, you know, just trying their best to get their points, especially the people in the middle. I would say maybe everyone below XQ1 needs to win the lobby or at least top 2. So I really want them to go for those greedy playstyles because, you know, if you do something safe, you get third and like you still don't make it, like what's the point? So at least go for the risk. The problem there is if everyone does that, then if you play safe, you actually top 2. So then again, you know, maybe that's the actual line if you have that read. So it's really interesting to see how people are going to play in the last game. I think the last games usually see the most weird things, especially in qualifiers. So I wonder what unique strategies we're going to see here.
Desperation and risk may abound because that is simply the name of the game with only 3 lobbies to play out within a single day. It's crazy how much pressure the players are under. This is an entire month's work of playing through ladder and qualifiers to make it to this spot. But for half the field, their dreams are cut short just that quickly. But before we get into the last game of the day, we also have one more reveal to show everybody. It is another new minion joining the many that we have shown so far. Collins, what's it gonna be? It's Irel.
After this attacks, give a friendly minion of each type +1/+2. So it's kind of like a Light Fang. But it's like a Light Fang because it has no type. But yeah, interesting. So it's not permanent. That's one thing to keep in mind because it's a battle combat. The thing that jumps out to me is Alakir. You play Alakir with this, it gets the Wind Fury, then with Divine Shield attacks twice, and you're giving everything +1 +2/+4. That's super broken in the early game, right? So this isn't a direction, right? I don't think we've seen any directions in the new reveals. We've just seen like tech cards mostly, and maybe direction if you're going Chroma Wing with the swap attack, but you know, that's going to get changed in my opinion. So this is a pretty decent early game unit. The problem with it is you kind of have to build around it, right? So you need to have synergy.
I wonder if this ever makes, say, a WAG toggle more playable.
I have the answer. No.
Okay, thank you for the conclusive and doubtless answer there. But yeah, it's super interesting to see that there's so many minions without a type being introduced that it makes me wonder, are we going to see
Tyrion's coming back? Oh, yes, I love it.
I mean, a girl can dream. I miss Tyrion. But,
do I miss Tyrion? I think Tyrion was pretty cool design. But I really think he was a lot better when you had that tier 1 Divine Shield unit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that really helped a lot.
Righteous Protector, I think.
Yeah, I think that's correct.
All right.
Someone's playing Queen Ashara or Queen.
Yes.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Wow, Jogunse with not much hesitation. Granted, the other heroes weren't particularly good. We saw a test game a while ago, but it's kind of hard to make that work sometimes. Ajara without dragons in is a bit difficult to activate the hero power early.
Maybe
without the chroma wave.
Silas is the riskier play. I guess he needs the points, so yeah, then I guess Silas makes sense if you need the points. I think Lich Bazal is also pretty playable there. Not super good either. So I wouldn't be super happy with either of those options, but I think Silas, as long as you get a good start, you can kind of recover from it. So, yeah.
Are you ready?
And the ticket is on the best minion as well here. I mean, I don't know. I'm a big Micro Mummy fan, but would you ever say that Swamp Striker is the best in the chop?
No. Micro Mummy all the way. I'm with you.
Okay. All right.
Great Yogg start there.
True.
Hero power. Come on, show us you're a Yogg player. Hero power. Let's do it. I want to see it.
Yeah.
To be
And
fair,
if you
the
miss
safe
the shell, you can still freeze it, right?
the safe play is just he's not a Yager. My disappointment. It's even weirder to me because he guarantee loses the fight now, right? Where if you take the other two, you don't guarantee lose.
Knowing
But,
you're
I
facing
mean,
Curator.
yeah. But yeah, I mean, taking 3 is Yogg turn 1. Oh, you hate to see it, right? That's like the worst outcome.
Welcome back. How's it going out there?
Okay.
Oh, he's just lovely. Okay.
Ooh. So XQN, I guess from the get-go, was planning not to go for the aggro Yogg curve, just going standard curve instead.
I mean, if you're buying the minion, that's what you're saying, right? That you are going to play standard. Otherwise, why would you buy, essentially, right? So buying the minion kind of showcases that you are just leveling, because even if you wanted that minion, you just hero power and then you buy it next turn and then sell hero power. But since he didn't do that, it means he wanted to level. I would have liked the aggro yacht curve, but that's what I do whenever I get that option. So interested to see how that'll turn out for him.
Paramon bought Bublet on turn 1, it looks like, and then swapped it over, because I don't think there's many situations where you buy Bublet as Vol'jin unless like there's nothing you want to swap the stats on that first shop, and then you just have that on your board so that if a Divine Shield appears the next turn, you still can swap.
Well, he found 2 Bublets, right? Because
Oh, true.
those are
Yeah.
2 5/4, so maybe he I guess he did buy it. It's interesting. He
I
bought
can't
it-
quite figure out the order of proceeding, but there were 2 Bublets involved. You're right.
Yeah. Either way, his board is strong. That's what matters. Let's not rack our brains on things that barely matter. What was the order? You know, you have 5 minutes to answer this test, and I'm like, nah, I'm failing. I'm good.
All right. ZZ here on the Varden. We've had a Varden in every single lobby, which means
Yeah.
that at least for these top players, it is at least a decent priority pick.
I actually think in the right lobbies, this is like the one, like top 3 best heroes. Like the amount of nonsense you can do with this hero is just so stupid. Especially like when you can really abuse the power of getting tier 5 triples at will. That the the setups you can do is just like sometimes absolutely incredible. And also like when you're playing Varden, just being able to get triples pretty freely is also just such a massive boon to the hero. So I really like this hero, especially in the right lobbies, when you can abuse good high level minions, right? So
Yeah. ZZ gets the copy on the Mug instead of the Snail Cavalry, which is amazing because Mug Triple is amazing. It's just good because you get the tempo on top of obviously discovering a minion from a higher tavern tier. And that means he's not in a bad position in the next couple of fights. It's like not amazing stats, but decent.
honestly, Mug Triple is probably like the best tier 2 triple in that situation. I don't think I could ask for anything better. So he's just super happy, super chilling. Just doing a lot of damage and should be pretty nice. He gets a 4 next turn and then he can choose what to do from there.
Right. Yeah, I would say Varden is one of those heroes where if you have access to playing a triple, even if you sometimes would rather hold for a 6, it can be fine to just take a lower tier triple because you get the benefit of not having to freeze the whole shop. And when you don't freeze the whole shop, your hero power activates again.
Wow, he tied. That's
Nice.
Oh my god, insane. What a scam. I don't think he should be tying there, but we take those. I mean, Varden doesn't need the help, to be fair. Like, yeah, he's already at 39 with this huge setup, and now he's getting even more luck on him. Ooh, another module, right? He has an egg, or
I think his mech already has Divine Shield.
oh, right, you're
It's a
right.
pup bot.
Yeah, it is a pup bot. I thought he had the 2-3, but you're right. The rip snarl it up.
Okay. Just good tempo.
Yeah, next turn he can like sell by 3 and maybe the problem though is he won't get 3 in the shop, right? He'd have to roll a pair, which is unlikely. So I guess he could like just level to 4 as well, and like level to 4 roll, and then maybe take a 5 afterwards. So he has a couple of options essentially.
All right, XQN looking pretty good with this pair here. Like you said, it's just so important to make sure you have a pair in your back pocket, as Yogg also picked up a Deflecto, so many different directions he could go here. Nice synergy to have that mini Myrmidon to make sure the snails always get health every turn.
Yeah, pretty decent board. Unfortunately, I think that Varden like high rolled, so might still lose even with this board setup. But normally, like this is good enough. But yeah, the Varden like super high road, right? So with Golden Mug and then into the Pirate synergy, it's just gonna be hard. So yeah, really tough fights for XQN here, right? You're playing Yogg, you really shouldn't be losing these early games. But yeah, you're already on 25 with Yogg. Like it's a disaster. I mean, you hero power level, that's like the normal play, but I mean, you're at 25, right? So now you're, ooh.
Whoa. So for Alex here, this
I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing.
Sell something, hero power the Selly, and then wait for 2/6 drops later?
Yes, that's what I'm doing.
What's the something? Is it the pup bot that's gone here?
Oh, that's a good point.
I think it's a pup bot, unfortunately.
Oh, that's a good point. I didn't see that. Yeah. You're right. I thought I could sell the 3-1, but it's actually the triple, so I can't do that. So yeah, I just have to sell that.
Okay, but the good thing is here, next turn you can level sell the Sally, hero power the Shell Collector.
You get double 6.
Yeah.
It's so good.
And the money is perfect because it's a Shell Collector, and you got the Sally this turn, and your Zyrella. This is just the Zyrella dream, you know. I feel like this hero is so good right now, especially on these tokeny, economy-heavy lobbies.
Yeah, I love Zyrella in this lobby. Like one of my best performing heroes, I would say. Except for the tournament where I got 8th on it. But other than that, like, you know, fringe scenario, definitely has all the tools it needs to really play a high leveling, high power play style and just do well. So I really like this hero right now. I didn't think I would, honestly, when the meta started, but after, you know, you play like a 5-6 games with the hero and you're like, yeah, this is doing really well for me.
Especially with that banging skin. I mean, look at that. That's just the best skin in the game.
To be fair, like skins don't. Oh, okay. I thought that was another triple. Skins don't like necessarily encourage what hero I'm gonna play, but there are some skins where I'm like, yeah, you know. I'm so glad I'm playing this hero because this skin's really good. So yeah.
Oh, Insta Eliza.
Yeah.
All right,
I don't think you take the. No, I don't. I think. Well, I don't think you have to take the triple now, right? You just wait and you win this fight 100%.
It's true. You actually are strong. But if you got Orgazoa, more value right now.
Okay. Yeah. That's true. That's the one caveat. If you hit Orgazoa, then I like this play. If you don't hit Orgazoa, then
the play sucks.
No. The play doesn't suck, but it's weaker. It's just weaker. It doesn't suck though.
I do think he'll end up winning either way though, because look at this. It's turn 7.
Yeah, I wonder if he's gonna lock that second Sully and or the second Scabs and Scally and say I'm gonna commit to Scally because he is. Okay, good. Because I like this because he's at 20, right? Like that's the one thing, right? And this will give him a ton of power. And you can win with Eliza comp. So you're not giving up on the game, even though you know the direction's already committed this early. So I like this decision here.
I would agree. We have Valier here, who is one of the relatively safe players here, but still can't really afford to get an 8th. And playing a comp that really, I think, is emblematic of the position he's in, right? He doesn't necessarily have big scaling for later on. Even just the decision to pick Rat King, this is not often a hero that takes first place, but you can get a lot of tempo in the mid game if you're just trying to secure like minimum 5th or something. And I think he can still get away with qualifying with something like that, then it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, XQ taking another loss though, all right? Like you gotta be feeling the pressure at this point. Has two cards in
Oh.
his hand though, so that's kind of interesting. Oh, it has
Alex
a
actually lost his fight with the Eliza. That's
yeah, because he didn't lock and go double Eliza. So he's running 6 units. So what happens is I've done this all the time. You run 6 units. What happens? Your Eliza gets sniped at the beginning, and then you lose the game. Yeah, very common thing. That's why I didn't want to get the triple there, but I understand it, especially if your game plan is to get a tender and then play Nagas, and I definitely understand it. But I think if you were committed to Eliza scaling, you just rather have double Eliza there. But unfortunately, he gets punished. Hopefully, it doesn't bite him in the butt.
XQN misses on Athisa and Orgazoa, but Buster is still something. He has the Deflecto here. Could pivot from Naga at this point, because I
Yeah.
really don't think he can afford to level to 6 and try to force the Naga still.
Yeah, one issue once again, right, with all the Buster players is there's no beast. Like this is the one thing I keep
Yeah.
hammering home. It's a weaker Buster variant if you don't have macaws in, and if you're trying to win, if you're trying to do well, like you want the macaw option, at least as an option, just because it gives you more hits, right? Even if you're not going to go macaw, if you have macaw as an option, now you have two. You double the amount of like hits you can get, right? Right now you just have Kangar to double your power. But if you have Kangar and Macaw, then bam, it's more likely you hit one of the two and then you're a lot stronger. So I think you have to take the Buster, but it feels bad.
I agree. But we have to like contextualize that in XQN's position. He doesn't have to take a first place to qualify through. He's currently in 4th place, right? So
but
as long as he maintains that on
He
average.
needs to not be last, right? And that's
sure,
the
for sure.
problem, right? It's definitely possible to be put in the last place position. It's a tie,
Kid.
though.
On Curator, yeah, manages a tie, but XQN also ties. All right, he's above damage cap.
Yeah, it should be pretty good for them. A lot of players are playing relatively safe, even the Vulcan as well. Just doing a lot of safe plays.
Insta-buy, looking for a Baron now. Just the usual stuff. Mackerel, nice.
Macro's pretty good here. Needs the Baron though. That's a big deal.
Is the glow scale ever
No.
an intermediate option? Probably Leroy instead, right? Yeah.
I think it's too much of a bait. Even the Leroy, I think is
Really?
yeah. You need your comp online, and you can't like waste your money there to like buy this. Like if you do that, you're just gonna die like a turn later, and you might not even like let you stay alive a turn. Like so, you might just still lose either way. It's not that big of a power spike, so I wouldn't bother.
Caramon shows that he's leveling now, which may or may not be a relief to XQN because he'll see this triple soon, right? For sure, Caramon buys this.
Yeah, you buy for sure. I think he's thinking whether he wants to like hero power or swap onto the 6/4. Yeah.
Okay.
And then get the triple, yeah. So I think that's what he was deciding. That's why it wasn't immediate, but it makes sense to me.
Yeah.
It's the Atissa. Could do it since you have the
Ramadan? Yeah.
yeah. So going for that. And he also is getting 2 coins a turn, so I think with those 2 options it makes sense. Or not one coin a turn, which is still pretty good. Hits the Baron. Okay.
It's a 6 minion board that ends up here for XQN. He did actually buy the glow scale. Interesting stuff. However, that Acolyte is putting a wrench in his plans.
We talked off stream how I thought Acolyte was more of a tech card than Zap, and you can really see it here, where it just destroys this board, right?
Yeah.
Going for Buster, but double Acolyte. Xhorn is kind of playing around that too, right? You could see that he put Wind Fury on his Buster. You don't normally do that,
Right.
but he's thinking, oh, I'll put Wind Fury on the Buster to guarantee the proc because I know I need this to go off. But Acolyte, hey, double tech, I tech that too, and takes the full brunt there. So really unfortunate situation there for XQN. Needs to taunt that Buster immediately.
Completely agree. God damn it here. Finds a glow
Oh my
scale.
God.
He's more of like elementals, right? With the Domo.
No. Well,
I mean,
I would say he's kind of critter wrangler, or he's leaning towards it, trying to get
okay.
good. Like if you want to do well, I think in this position, you want to find like the what's it called, the Wind Fury Naga, and then you just use the critter wrangler Wind Fury Naga, start buffing that, and then you can like maybe get something there.
The God Yogg roll, is it happening for the module?
I mean, you could just sell the 6-4 and buy it and just say, I'm not risking it.
Boo.
I think you have to now.
I mean, yeah, he played the full board now, so like even if you get the module off Hero Power, you'd have to sell something anyway. So glow scale out, module in. Just make sure you can finally taunt this poor Buster.
Could also buy the 2-2. All right, never mind. This is reasonable.
Yeah, quite strong.
Could lock the second deflecto. I don't know if it's quite strong. That's maybe, this is okay. Once again, you'd rather have a Macaw variant, and you're against Eliza, right? So
it just depends on the timing of the Kangor dying, I think.
he has a golden buster.
Oh, true, the Zerella. I just noticed now. Okay.
Yeah, so I don't know if it depends on the.
Oh, the Baron! No! He just got double sniped. That's a disaster. He needed that for one.
You have Mecro. Mecro can do BS things, you know.
True.
So there's a chance.
The ping pong is real.
Once again, would delete that card from the game, but you know, whatever. It's fine. I'm gonna say it's fine here, even though I'm crying inside if XQN does ping pong his way to victory. It looks like he does ping pong, yeah.
I feel like he was favored to begin with. Come on, that Baron just got double sniped 2 attacks in a row.
No, I don't know.
Okay.
He might have been favored, but the way he won disgusts me. Okay, so, so I don't care. It's a bit disappointing that Mecro is gonna save another player's life. The problem is I have too many memories of getting destroyed by Mecro. You know, I don't have any happy memories. They're all just sad memories.
Oh, okay, I see.
Yeah.
I mean, it is very rough to see Alex go out like that. Not gonna lie, I thought he was in a great position with that Zera. Like he had 2 6-drops, but couldn't. I think he got the golden buster, but didn't have any synergy for it. Like he was still relying on Eliza to carry him through, and then I think he was gonna pivot to mech from there, but didn't have the time.
He was kind of playing 2 comps, essentially, right? And I think it would have been better for him to just commit to 1, right? He had the Elizas early, and if he just committed full Eliza, roll it down for Kangas, roll it down for Tony, roll it down for Baron, right? I think he would have been a little bit stronger. He could have also just like fully committed to Buster, because it looks like he tripled and got a second, like got Busters, but then has no other mechs there, right? So it's kind of weird to be playing both directions. And he also took that extra like 10, 11 damage by playing down a unit and then getting sniped. I assume he got sniped on the Eliza and then went from like 26 to like 11 or something. So a lot of decisions there.
To a little bit of greed getting to him here, but we are seeing sort of the opposite of that from Goddammit. This is the second time he's played for not Nomi elementals, and this is not even Master of Reality elementals either. It's just utilizing the power of Major Domo alongside a cleave and recognizing that Naga are in, so cleaves get doubly powerful as well.
But I mean, XQN actually has a decent board now, right? Like, now it's more like, oh, this is respectable here, where he can definitely win this fight, especially now that he's getting so many busters as well. So yeah, pretty good salvage game from XQN, right? It was looking pretty rough for him, but then gets the taunts, gets the Kangers, gets 2 macros in the back with Divine Shield, and And now his board is really hard to deal with. So I like the recovery here from XQ.
I'm trying to adjust myself to your standards, Colin, because a while ago you talked about how when there was one Kangor Baron and the Buster, it was okay, and now this board is decent. Like, this board is insane.
Yeah, I mean,
Board a while ago was strong as well.
you're talking to Lobby Legends players, right? Decent, good boards. They're like what ZZ has, I would say, is a good board in like 2 turns, right? Like that's what I'm looking at, right? Right now it's okay, you know, it's okay, it's pretty solid. But like, give me 2 turns and now he has a good board, right? Go. Whoopsie. I'm not doing
Mic drop
that.
has happened again.
I move too much. I get a little too hyphy there, right? So yeah, maybe need to fix
Oh my
that.
goodness. Imagine having to play Hogger while waiting for the Varden animations every refresh. That sucks.
I can't imagine playing Golden Hogger in this meta with the lag as well, right? You have the
Yeah.
lag and then you have the Varden animations and then you
Yeah.
have the spellcraft sometimes that can be really slow too if you buy spellcrafts as well, like the 4/6, right? That can take a long time. So
I respect
risky.
it though.
Yeah.
From
I respect it as well, right?
It's
We'll
really
see.
bold to go for this. He only has less than half a minute left. It's insane. There's just not that much scaling, but technically these Hoggers in a different situation, different hero, maybe in a different patch where there was less lag, it could be easily up to 100, but not in this case.
Yeah, it's very common for Hoggers to have the most stats in the game, basically. So
Yeah.
whatever stats your opponent has, you pretty much outpace with Hoggers.
Whoa, double strong arm. That's really lucky. We're
he get to
obviously
play
very
it, though?
behind on the spectator. I think he can do it. I believe.
Roll for Brand. Roll for Brand. Just do it. Roll it down for Brand.
Okay. Lorena gonna leave us in suspense there because something else spicy is happening here. XQN in a fight for his life. The Kangor is still alive, so I think he'll take this.
To be fair, every fight for XQN is a fight for his life, right?
True. Yeah. Wait, take us back to Hogger. This is a win for XQN. Thank you.
We're still watching
Wait,
the
this
animations.
turn
play
is
out,
not
yeah.
done yet.
We're still watching the animations play
Oh
out. yeah.
my lord. Okay. We are like a whole minute behind here, it feels like, on animations. Who was I to criticize? He hasn't played the strong arms yet. They might well still get the Hoggers to 100 once that whole thing has resolved. Okay,
Yeah.
God damn it.
You're down a minion.
He's
and up
Plenty
he
of
has a pretty,
elementals.
pretty solid board for Dummit here. Just using the cleave as his engine, and then he also has this Molten Rock as just like a filler. If you can get through the cleave, you also have to get through the Molten Rocks. And then he also has this Murloc poison, just like, hey, I have poison, you know, maybe 2 poisons, and that might be our final composition. So just a clean board, not like super crazy, but does the job and does it really well.
I really love seeing this from our players, right? The scrappy board states where they do attempt for one direction, but when they see that it's not necessarily enough tempo, they can just kind of say, okay, this is my carry minion, these are the supports, and even though the pieces don't necessarily all go together individually, they are strong enough to deal with the common board states on the other side. And it's been leveraged into a minimum top 4, just very nicely done from Dummit.
Yeah, XCan also recovering from that start, right? He was put in a very precarious position, but was able to recover, and now he's okay, you know? He's...
Ooh, Bran! All right, let us not be fooled by this 15 seconds.
Is this still the same, is still
Oh,
the same
This
turn?
is the next one.
I
think
know, I
it was
know. That turn is still going. Like, oh, wow.
He's just in a different universe than us.
As long as he plays the strong shells, I think he's okay. To be fair, XQN's board is pretty good, so there is a chance that he just gets knocked out anyways, but he should be fine.
Yeah, it is a mech board, right? There was no
Look at
poison.
this. Look at Dummit. He puts the cleave at the far back. That's very specific.
Wow. Just so awesome to see players when they get these insanely good reads and they're so rewarded for it.
Yeah, I don't think I'm putting my cleave like at the very back, you know, personally. But
Oof. XQN doesn't get there against the huge Pirates, but he does secure a top 4, which I think in most worlds is enough to qualify him through to tomorrow.
yeah, I think top 4 placement, especially tied 3rd, 4th, is going to be good enough there. So really glad for him. Just getting what he needed, right? Not any crazy games, but gets a 5th, gets a 4th, gets a 3rd, 4th. Like, that's all you need. And no one cares if you win the finals, right? No one cares that you got 3rd, 4th. Like, it doesn't matter. You just need to win the finals now. Job's done.
On day 1, you don't need a first place to make it through to day 2, not necessarily. Karaman, I think, also secures himself with a 5th place here. Valera with a 3rd, I think, is also looking pretty good. It's just one more spot that I am unsure of because Kid was doing pretty well but finished in 7th this time. Goddammit potentially can recover here. Ooh.
Yeah, I think maybe the winner of this lobby will... Well, no, ZZ can't make it, right? So it's only Dummit, right, that can...
Yeah. But Dummit will know if he needs this last point, like, necessarily to make it through. For ZZ, this is about pride at this point, because I don't think even with 7 points he could qualify.
I mean, you can see the stress in Dummit's eyes, right? Like, so maybe he does need the points, right? It's like, oh, man, I need to win this. If I win, I need to win this. Like, it could be true.
We see here the taunted Leroy, which is honestly a tough... Like, I can never easily figure out when I need to do that, Collins. What do you think is the thought process behind taunting this up?
You taunt Leroy if you know your opponent has a big minion in the front, essentially, right? Because you taunt the Leroy so that they go into your minion instead of you going into their minion. So if they have a big minion in the back, you want to put your Leroy first. Like, here is a perfect example to put your Leroy first. Amazing. But this is also a good example to put your Leroy in the back. So, because all of his minions are big. So it doesn't really matter where you put it because it's going to kill something huge. So, yeah, I mean... The mindset though is if they have a big minion in the front, then you taunt your Leroy's. If they have a big minion in the back, then you play Leroy's first. He has a big minion everywhere, so it doesn't matter where you put your Leroy's, it's gonna kill something.
Yeah. Dummit though with the Grimace, I think he knows that he obviously cannot outscale the golden double hoggers there. ZZ only gets more stats from here, but at this...
We're watching the fight from the last turn because it took so long to play the cards out.
All right.
That's actually hilarious.
Okay. So ZZ should also know that he doesn't need to bother scaling up his pirates that much more because they are big enough to trade everything here. He just needs to be strong against Leroy's and Poison on the other side, and he does already have Golden Selfless and Baron. How does he get better against these?
I don't think he needs a zap, right? So that's maybe something. And he can replace a zap with a Mantid. He can also replace a zap with more poison, like so more Murlocs essentially. The Murlocs are going to be hard to do because you don't have that many Avenge procs, right? So it just has to be perfect. But I guess those are the things that I would be looking at. One thing that he could have done if he had more time was just make a Malgadon poison and put Divine Shield on it. But it doesn't look like he has the time for that. So,
yeah, having to end on Eliza here. I think it's better to take a Murloc, right? Yeah, has to be. Could
have taken the 2-3.
Yeah.
But it's not that important.
Right. Really just formalities from this point. But yeah, ZZ has even had time to start with double glow scale, it feels like, because all these hoggers had Divine Shield. Leroy doesn't care about Divine Shield though.
Maybe. There's actually a chance that
Not
cuts
anymore.
it out, yeah.
Okay, that's gonna be ZZ finishing out with a first place, even though I think the points don't matter for him. We'll see though if that 1 point differential matters for Dummit in just a bit. Collins, this was such a close last game. We didn't really see any of our top performers from the previous games taking down those last two fights. So I am so worried for all the players that were in the middle.
I mean, I think all the players pretty much deserve it. I haven't really seen like enough mistakes to warrant, hey, this guy doesn't deserve it. Maybe there was like a mistake or two here or there, but I do think they all played pretty well. So depending on the results, it's gonna be hard, right? There'll probably be some players that don't get in by a point or two. I mean, we even saw the last lobby, right? We had Bofer and Zorg, right, barely making it out from a point. So, I mean, sometimes you're just a little bit unlucky on the day, and you barely make it out there. So, we'll just have to see.
Right. Recap some of the crucial fights from this last lobby. Honestly, the Ajara, just a pick of that is not something I expected to see. I feel like that's a hero that, especially when dragons aren't in, it's hard to get the hero power active early. And I honestly haven't played her that much after the nerf to Nagas, but they've been buffed again, so can't quite place the overall power level at the moment. But overall, I've been just so happy to see like the variety of the heroes picked throughout the 6 games today.
For Ashara, I do feel like you need crowbars in because it's so different. Nagas with crowbars, Nagas without. It's so different.
Sure.
So I would lean that, and then preferably dragons in also allows you to get that early Ashara proc with the Chroma Wing start. So those are the two things I would be looking for if I wanted to play Queen Ashara. I know crowbars weren't in this particular lobby, so that would maybe lead me off of it. But then again, you can always get like bad heroes and you just take that because it's the best of the worst.
We also saw Valera on the Rat King and just making that work as well. I think, didn't he finish tied 3rd, 4th? That's impressive. A hero that is consistently talked about as one of the worst ones, but it's up. Like it has the potential to be a tempo hero, just like Grey Bow.
Who's saying Rat King is bad? It's just not that fun.
Oh, okay.
That hero has its charm in that you get a good start and you just like hold on to that start, get that early tempo. It's also like kind of random in like which procs you're gonna get for the hero power. But if you get a good start, like the hero power does a lot for you. So it's not.
It is true.
Hero.
I mean, maybe it's bad if you're me and I just never hit the right minion type when I need it, so it's even worse than Kael'thas.
Get good.
Okay, thank you. Best advice you've given me all day.
That's all I have to say to that one. Yeah.
It's all our 6 games in the book, so Collins, just so many fun games. I've been really, really happy in particular to see the scrappy types of comps making it to the top 4. Quite a lot of times we've seen people without a clear direction still managing to scrape their way into top 4 because they recognize when it's more important to play for tempo, when it's more important to just be strong for the very next fight and claw your way through an additional position. And this is always what I can see as the big difference with Lobby Legends compared to just ladder or your run-of-the-mill tournament. It's really easy to see how these players are the best of the best, and it's proving that it takes a lot to get here, a huge and grueling qualification process. But now we can see who's made it through to tomorrow. Oh my goodness, what a tie.
Oh no, I think Dummit wins the tiebreaker because he has a better finish, right? With the 2nd place finish, that's enough of a tiebreaker since XQN just got like 3rd, 4th, and 5th. So unfortunately for him, doesn't make it in. That's gotta feel worse than like Beaufort and Zerg, right? Because they're out by a point, right? This is like I have the same point as you. It's like
The tiebreaker, of course, being the highest individual placement of each player, and we see Goddammit had a 2nd place with 6 points, whereas XQN was consistently sort of in the middle there. So Goddammit does win on tiebreaker. Joining, of course, Caramon, Valera, and Kid to qualify through to tomorrow. That is all our 8 players in the finals in the books, Collins. Wow, what an insane field.
Yeah, really interesting too, right? The point structure in that second lobby is all extremely close compared to that first lobby where we had like maybe two people standing out from the rest. Here it's like everyone really fought for those final points, and pretty even second lobby there. Much more scrappy, but also a little bit more high really, even though they didn't exactly get the units or the direction they were looking for. They at least tried, which we really didn't see in the first lobby. Everyone was just like staying down, trying to bunker up and get each point as safely as possible. So we have Dapi, we have Waterloo, we have Gohan, we have Oliech, we have Kid, Kuramon, Valera, and Dummit, who will be in the finals tomorrow. Lots of great players there.
That's right.
That we're going to see.
We have Dapi and Kid being repeat performers and Lobby Legends as well. Great to see their consistency here. And I think Gohan, Kid, and Valera all coming from CN and their qualification system. 4 players went in through at the top 16, and then 3 of them coming out in top 8 is an amazing result for them. And then we have Waterloo as well, who is kind of a cross-region player. He's kind of obviously one of the best on ladder on any servers, but also active in the CN scene. So they are really coming in with a strong performance in this Lobby Legends. It could be time, Collins, for the EU streak to be dethroned.
Possibly. I would say there's a good chance that will happen, right? Just rolling the dice, right? The likelihood for Europe to win a third one in a row, wouldn't put my money on it. But then again, there's a lot of strong players in Europe, so very possible. You never know.
Yeah, Oliech and Goddammit, they're definitely not going to make that easy for anyone to come and take the title. But that is all our games for the day wrapped up. I am really, really excited to see who takes it tomorrow when we enter the Czech format. Today, of course, it was just the usual proceedings of gathering points, making sure you got through to top 4, and we did only have 6 games. But for anyone who isn't familiar, tomorrow we could have way more than that. I would say 6 is a very, that's the bare minimum. I don't even know if it can go
the bare minimum is 4, right? Because if a player gets first 3 times, they're in Czech, right? And then they just win the 4th game. But likelihood of that very, very low, unless they're on fire. So.
Yeah, I think I recall from the first one, my research on the first Lobby Legends is that 4 is the absolute minimum, and I think 11 is the maximum, but very likely that we get somewhere in the middle of that because, like we said, it's about finding the players who got into Czech first, so they've accumulated 20 points, and then in order to actually finish the tournament, they need a first place finish, so no matter what, the champion of the tournament will be winning the last game of the day. Very, very exciting stuff. Collins, any favorites?
Yes. Am I going to tell them and jinx them on stream? No. I'm not doing that to them. I've had that happen a couple of times, and I always feel bad, so I'm not going to be that guy.
All right. Any favorites from the revealed cards instead?
Oh, that's a great question. What is my favorite revealed card? Oh, probably the Taunt Giver, even though I feel like that's maybe the least inspiring. That's the card I'm buying the most, I think. Probably, yeah, the Taunt Giver is probably the one I'd probably be buying the most because it's so important to have Taunt in a lot of compositions. And I've just had so many games where I'm just rolling it down and I don't have the Taunt. And I'm just like, I just need an Argus. I'm like, I win if I have an Argus. And I'm just like, where's my Argus? And I'm just like, I died. And it just feels bad, so.
All right. For me, I think the Tavern Tipper, because I am very prone to not finishing my turns because I'm too slow. But now I can say if I have Tavern Tipper and I left a gold and tip Bob, I'm like, that's on purpose. I wanted to get my Tavern Tipper buff.
I do think that's the most interesting one out of all the reveals. The one where you're like, ooh, my game might change because this card's in. Where some of the other ones, it's like it's an extra bonus, like the one that gets buffs all the minion types. Like if you're running that comp, you're just like, oh, this is an extra bonus to this composition. Where Tavern Tipper makes you think, ooh, am I going to change my curve because of this card, right? And that's a unique decision that you don't usually do with pretty much every minion. You don't buy a minion, you're like, well, that's changing my curve. It's like that's not a common thought, but this one does allow you to have that decision. It's always cool to have more decisions like that, so I like that card.
Right, many new minions revealed today and one new hero as well, but we have even more tomorrow. So as if the finals and finding out who's the third champion of Lobby Legends wasn't motivation enough, make sure you all tune in tomorrow for the finals of Lobby Legends Eternal Night. New cards on the horizon and a new champion as well. Super exciting stuff, and we will see you at the same time tomorrow. Have a good day.
Take care, everyone.
This is a huge 50-50. No! Oh, the Divine Shield being taken off before the attack made it all irrelevant. It's just a formality, meaning that Max is your Lobby Legends champion.